Hello, 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 hello. Good morning and welcome to Feedback Friday Art Edition. I'm your host, Jacob. It is art again this week. Give me 2 seconds. Lost track of time. And I need to jump over there. Go live. I don't have the chat up as the thing. Hello, all. There you are, chat. Hello. Hop out. Move it over. Cool. All right. Good old opposite side of the world there. 11 p.m. for my 11 a.m. All right. So, as you can see, it is art stream again this week. Just timing wise, works better to do back to back. And so last week we were working on a Draconic Depths treasure chest. So let's take a look at what we did there. Yeah. Good night, good morning, whichever you prefer. Afternoon, evening, all of the above. All right, so pop over here. So this is what we worked on last week. We created a treasure chest to go with Draconic Depths update, which, you need the actual first release. But as always, we do a kind of, like a follow-up update where we release location maps after it's been out for a little bit. Sometimes it can be a nice opportunity to balance things after we've seen the large, full population play through it. And we also don't like to kind of like release it with kind of maps already in, because maps kind of become a tool of like, progression. And day one, we don't want that to be like the thing you're doing right away. So it's nice to have a little bit of a space between. But Draconic Depths is coming soon, so we have that. All right. So this is what we did last week. This week I did a kind of rare version of that, and I could show you guys, or I could save it. I don't know. It's up to you. But what we do need to do is create the scroll case variant version, what have you. Make sure this is the correct file. Yes, 1000 pixels, good enough. So yeah, we have the chest, and now we need to make the case, the scroll case for it. Will there be a Draconic Depths journal theme too? Yes, I do believe that there is a Draconic Depths journal theme. That one, I believe, might come with the initial opening of the area, but we'll see. I might be mistaken. Can never trust me as a source of information. I know I wouldn't. All right. Yes. Oh, thank you, Michelle. I am making very good use of this stein here. This was from the 16th birthday MouseHunt meetup. Let me get a better shot of that. It's a MouseHunt mug. It's beauty. And my beautiful face. So yeah, there were prizes to be won at the get-together, and Michelle was gracious enough to gift Norman, myself, a stein as well, because I guess we're like special guests of honor or something like that. So we get cool beer mug for flying over. Such a hard thing to do, But I would take that kind of challenge every year if need be, just putting that out there. Yeah, hydration is important. I like big mugs of water by my desk. Also harder to tip over. I have cats that just love to bash into things. This sturdy, very sturdy, nice wide base. It's I've had many big A&W mugs. Those also are quite sizable and hefty, and this is my new go-to. But I love it. Cheers, indeed. All right, so uh, we know what we're working on. What do we want to do with it is the next question. I think what we do want to do is have a certain kind of like element of similarity between them. So I'm going to bring this over and squeeze that down so we can kind of just enjoy it as a nice reference piece. But I'll probably want it to match. You know, like I like the idea of that outer layer dragon that is kind of like multiple kind of like sheets of stone or whatnot, encasing this kind of like it may not be the most visible in the kind of like non-rare version, but the rare version you get to notice more of what's going on behind the dragon. I'll just state that. Maybe it'll be a post-lunch thing that I share how that looks. We'll see. Also, if you're not familiar with the art streams, basically I try to do art all day. We say how long I go. Usually it's many hours. Sometimes I only go to lunch. Other times I kind of take an hour-long lunch break and then I keep streaming until I'm kind of like cooked. It's exhausting to stream that long, so I only go 6 hours or so. Um, but yeah, we basically try and make art the whole time. I work off of your live feedback to kind of modify it as we go. For this, I should be, let's see, time lapse. I am recording a time lapse. Let me wipe that one and start a new one just in case. Save that. All right. So basically, there will be time lapse that we can kind of review during lunch and at the very end of the stream. So if you're only interested in seeing that, you can kind of catch the end of the VOD, I suppose. But otherwise, we hang out and I just kind of ramble at you, Jacob Radio, and yeah. Let's see. Oh yes. After lunch break, I gave out a Larry link. This time, Larry was gracious enough to decide to give us 3 unique gifts. So stick around for those. They're handy. But yeah. Oh, another detail. Today, at an indeterminate hour, an electrician's supposed to come into my unit and check out the breaker box in here. So who knows what that will mean for the stream. Might show up in 5 minutes and be like, hey, I got to turn off all your power. Hopefully not. Hopefully it'll not interfere and maybe happen during my lunch or something. But we'll see how that goes. If an electrician even shows up today. Yeah, I've had a little issue with the just regular AC unit just kind of knocking out half of the apartment. Something that hasn't been happening before, but I don't like that it's happening now. It's nice to stay cool in this heat, so definitely would appreciate that not happening anymore. Okay, so this is just my template file for doing scroll cases, and so you can see it's got a older scroll case action. Oh, it's so faded out because that. I was trying to figure out why, because I thought I had like turned down the opacity of those layers, but no, I had a white layer on top. Awesome. All right. So I have this sketch layer set up, and I'll keep it as is. It's nice to have as a reference. I'll turn it down more. But this one, I duplicated it and then deleted the layer itself. And the reason I did that is it has this handy little ruler on it, And if I have snapping enabled on my brush, what that lets me do is, see that purple line there? It becomes a mirror. And I can kind of like have as many lines off it as I want, and they all start to mirror. It's cool for making like snowflakes and just kind of other geometric patterns and stuff. But the mirror is pretty nice for working on scroll cases because I can really kind of like figure out the geometry of things. This looks a little off. Oh well. So basically what I want to do is kind of like capture the qualities of the dragon here. So maybe I start with the outer shell or the inner shell. So I think for the inner portion, it'd be kind of like the cavern walls. Actually, I don't think I want symmetry running right now, if at all. So if these are like stalactites and stalagmites kind of growing around this, that could look cool. Could also be like icicles and stuff like that. But I imagine that like the actual case, it's like got the tube that the map is safely stored within, and then wrapping around it is the detail work. And it could be very gnarled, almost like wood bark that would be painted to look like this scene or something like that. Half the time I'm thinking of objects in MouseHunt, like, how would they actually create this version of this thing? And then, well, probably much more than the other half of the time is just like, well, it's just like magic, and it, even though like you can see through this, there's still a map in there somehow. Like logic need not apply, scale need not apply. MouseHunt is a strange universe where physics and reality are very distorted. There's reasons for that. But it's good. It adds to the level of whimsy we create, and I love the whimsy in the game. But often when you stop and kind of think about it, it's kind of like, wait, what? That's kind of weird. How does that work? And that's just something I've come to embrace about the game. Okay, so I like the thin kind of like almost sheets of kind of detail stacked up to kind of create this terrain motif. Yeah, I think that illustrates the idea. It's like if you had like 3 paper cardboard cutouts kind of stacked and cut away, they create this 3-dimensional kind of diorama. And so them overlaid on top of each other, having like the furthest back like glowing bright with like fire and poison and stuff like that, and then the ones in front kind of being the kind of like foreground where it's mostly just the rock kind of silhouetted against these and stuff like that. I think that'll look pretty cool. And I don't need to go too crazy with this because I think the dragon will cover a good amount of it. So I need to make sure I'm not kind of getting too lost in the details when I'm just going to cover it over anyways. Yeah, how's everyone's week? Everyone got their grubs up to par? Hey MouseHunt devs, thank you for being my childhood and now my every 15-minute relief at work. Can't believe I played when I was a wee lad in school to a full-grown adult with a family. That's amazing. That's so cool, Cheeseburger. Love that. I always love hearing everyone's kind of like experiences with the title and like uh, it's just I don't know, like it knowing that these things are just what happened, what people's kind of journeys have been is just it's oddly fulfilling. I guess not oddly. It's like it makes a lot of sense. You know, we put a lot into this. It's like all of the devs that work on it. It's a passion of ours. Like it's not work. It's something we love and we just kind of put ourselves into. And to know that other people connect with it on that deeper level, and it's just being a journey, like part of their journey. Like so many people could literally say that like just literally MouseHunt is just kind of a part of who they are at this point. It's being you know accompanying them in a light way for a good portion of their lives, and like actually a lot of people I've met, um, not an insignificant impact. They've made true friends through the game. They've even met loved ones and had mouse hunt babies, and I've met a number of them, and it's just absolutely incredible. So I feel very privileged to be a part of this project and continue to get to do that. So I rarely say this, but it's very true. Like we appreciate so much all the support and just kind of like love you guys provide us, and let us keep doing what we do, because it truly is an amazing thing to be a part of, and like that people bother to come out and just say that they appreciate that is very nice, and I appreciate you. Thank you. So, and that's very nice. So, all right, back to art. Don't need to get too soppy. All right. So, I think that's good enough to kind of like give an impression of the caverns. Um, Maybe what I could do is put a layer behind it and just kind of imply, light and shadow that'll help this to kind of like become really obvious, so that when I'm putting the dragon over top, I'll have a better idea of like where I might want to uh, put the details and like not cover over things. Actually, I should probably do opaque for now. Let's try that again. Do it behind that layer, in fact. We'll go a little bit lighter. And so we don't need to like keep the scroll case caps the way they are. As long as we have kind of like the silhouette feeling similar, like the angle that it's tilted at, the relative size of things, so long as it kind of like conveys similar, we can really change up what it is, and you've seen it plenty of times with the other scrolls that we've done. But like, yeah, like doesn't need to kind of have the caps like this. The thickness of it can vary. I try not to go too crazy with it, because when we have things like the party scroll cases, we need to have that like be an obvious like significant difference. And so I try to make sure that there is the space for that. But yeah. Stalactites and stalagmites. How about a baby dragon head on one end, wrapping its tail around the scroll? Ooh, I love that. Yeah, yeah, like, uh, yeah, it like spiraling down would be really cool. Definitely. MouseHunt reminds me of how long I spent in school. Started MouseHunt a few years before my bachelor's. Obtained my PhD 3 years ago. Goodness. Yeah. Congrats on your PhD. That's impressive. Not an insignificant amount of work and time, I imagine. Uh, yeah. My favorite feature of Luray Caverns in Virginia, hopefully I said all that right, uh, other than stalactites and mites, were the reflective pools. Ooh, that sounds beautiful. Um, so it's just like still water inside the caves that would just be like glass like surface, I imagine. Because you don't have like the wind to kind of create the waves. And I guess if there's like it's maybe the mineral content in it or like stuff not growing in it or is growing in it, it might like make it even more reflective. I don't know. That sounds neat. Dragon skull. Ooh, that would be pretty epic. Hmm. We do have like bones and skulls on the map. Like, well, I guess did I do any skulls on the map? I guess it's just like the bones, but yeah, you'll see. Not so much in like the mice. Yeah. Hmm. Mirrors the ceiling like in HD. Whoa, that's very reflective. I wonder what causes that to be so reflective. Just hit my 16-year mouse anniversary. No PhDs though. That's amazing. Yeah, no, like literally being around since the early days. That's so good. I'm curious, like, did you have mouse hunt hiatuses and return, or have you managed to kind of just always have it? I don't know why, but I'm curious about like, oh, when did you take a break? Why did you take a break? I try to kind of keep that in mind because I feel like there is lessons to be learned in that. Now everyone has their own, reasons, and um, some of them aren't kind of like gameplay related, but yeah, yeah, of course, yeah, 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 yeah. I think everyone does, and I think it's healthy and appropriate to do that to do so. I wouldn't want it to be like you have to play every day. Like that's not the intention. Um, it is intended where you can, and it's really not going to be in your way ever. Like the goal of how I want it to play is like you can just kind of like hit a button and you're like good. But when you want to, you can engage with it and like really kind of like get into kind of like some deeper play and strategize and all kinds of stuff. But like I like it best when it's kind of like it can just be there with you when you want it, and like it just kind of like, oh yeah, sound the horn. It's probably, yeah, it's been longer than 50 minutes. I could hit it, but like you're not like sitting around like, oh, I gotta hit the horn every time. Um, Losing sleep, that kind of stuff. There are moments where it's like that's kind of exciting, but I definitely don't want that to be like common. Uh, I know that like with Lunar New Year, there are definitely some moments where people are like, I gotta like min max this. I've saved up and planned this like the Rift run to get the prestige up and like lined up everything and like can't miss a hunt. Um, like there's something about that too, but yeah, like there's so many different ways to play, but I want to always make sure that like it's comfortable and it's never like going to eat at your day to be part of the game, because I think that for something that is supposed to literally be just a part of your just kind of journey, um, we want it to just be low impact kind of play, and like we design the areas to take a long time to kind of go through because you can only take so many actions in a day, and I think that's very much a part of why so many people have stuck around for as long as they have. Is it does deliver on that. Like it's not high impact and kind of like gonna eat away at your day to day. Yeah, very short hiatuses. At one point, I decided to focus on either Mythmonger or Lemonlight. I didn't have time for MouseHunt for a while. Yeah, I mean, I think that's fair. Unfortunately, those games never really kind of like managed to kind of like find what they needed and land that kind of like the qualities that we really wanted it to have. So they kind of became, you know, they weren't worth kind of like keeping the focus on, and we wanted to make sure that what we knew was a good game and knew what to do with. We focused on that. So there was interesting stuff from that, but I think that the things that we wanted out of it, we found ways to kind of extract and bring to MouseHunt instead. And yeah, there's like interesting stuff about all that one day maybe we'll kind of like discuss more. But yeah, it's a it's a historical thing. But yeah. Now you don't have to worry about having to divert your attention between them. Out of those, what would you say was kind of like the qualities about those that you found interesting and appealing and you wanted more of? Not that I'm going to necessarily do anything with that knowledge. I'm just kind of curious about people's connections to those games because they weren't successes, clearly, right? I think for many number of reasons, but yeah, it's always interesting to kind of like post-mortem things like that, right? Try and understand it. Yeah, the idea for mouse crowns. I think it might have, yeah. Had several in real life friends that introduced me to Mouse Hunt. Now I'm the only one that plays. I mean, that's definitely like a lot of people's journeys. It's you know, a lot of like it, it's an old game, and it kind of like is an outdated style game. So it's not everybody's cup of tea, and it is such a long form game that it's eventually people will trickle off and forget to return, or maybe they'll return in time. But like the reality is like there are different windows of our lives where we might be more interested in having this kind of like element with us than others. People's lives shift, and so sometimes you get too busy to kind of like check in, and then you just kind of like move on. But maybe one of these days there'll be like a good event that you can be like, hey, do you remember that game? There's this cool thing. You might want to check it out. Come back. But there is also an interesting element of kind of like falling behind in Mouse Hunt that I kind of want to find a way to help that. Because I think that there is definitely an aspect of if I've been away for so long, how do I catch up, right? And I wonder if there's ways that we could help that for people because maybe that is one of the reasons why people who take a hiatus and they come back and then they just kind of feel like, oh, I don't even know where I am in this, and like the adventure book helps with that certainly, but like you might look at it and you might be kind of thinking like, oh wow, there's so many areas now, it's been years, I don't like all my friends that I used to play with, they're like just so many areas ahead of me, and I was never as active a hunter or anything like that. So like, what would the point be? I'll never catch up, kind of concept. And I don't like that. That's probably a thing that does happen to people. So I'm always kind of like trying to find ways to help that. But yeah, maybe we'll keep figuring out better ways to make that work. I know events super good way to kind of like generate that kind of compression. They're also easier to get into. There are moments when you get to play with your friends, no matter what rank you are. And I think we're getting better and better at making those where they're fun and rewarding. Um, so if you're ever kind of like, hey, ever thought of trying it again? Like event season is usually the time to do that, especially since we often will put in like, oh, here's a freebie trap, but it's not for people who are at the end of the game. It's not for people who are current. It's those are pretty much always for players who might be kind of like coming back from a hiatus and they're several areas behind, and they're just like, oh, how do I get there? And it's like, here, have a hydro trap. Here, have this or that trap, and it just kind of like gives them a tool to kind of like skip ahead a little bit. And like often the loot bonanza that can happen, and some of them are just like, hey, like you don't need to go through the process of like generating all those cheese. Here's a piece randomly, and you can kind of skip potentially weeks of grind, and so I think that those are good opportunities to assist with that. I guess part of the challenge is like, if it's only limited to doing that during events, it might not always be the correct tool. But we're finding better and better ways to do it. And kind of like, again, like the adventure book, I think is just such a massive tool that if people don't know how to use that, they should definitely give it a go and learn it. But yeah, that's enough rambling for now on that subject, I think. mm. In high school, medicine in high school was insane. I would love to recreate the rush of winning first in a tourney while learning about the periodic table again. That's such a unique and cool journey. That's something that I'll never have like experienced, right? Um, and like playing it with classmates and stuff like that. Like that's such a cool thing that I know would be truly a unique experience. Something that like, how else do you get that experience? Like that's so neat. Um, and I am jealous actually of that experience. I think that sounds amazing and really special. That's really neat. The only guy in class with access to a credit card was most popular because he could help us buy slushy crafting kits. That's amazing. It's like the like when I was in school, like we had the corner store and stuff, and there'd be like the cool guy who'd like buy gum for people. Like that's my version of that story. Like buy snacks and stuff. Uh, just like generous and just gregarious like that. It's neat. Yeah. Most Facebook games shut down a long time ago. Remember back then, Zynga and Playfish games were extremely popular. Yeah, like Zynga was like the competitor in a sense. I actually have people I worked with that ended up going to Zynga, like eventually. Um, it's just like we didn't like they were more data kind of like driven and wasn't really like the right kind of like opportunity for some people to kind of like thrive in medicine. It's too small technically for what they're capable of. So doing that and yeah, like it's interesting. Like I remember like Farmville was like one of the biggest games. Period. Um, and yeah, no, it's like it's a very interesting badge to be able to say that like MouseHunt is still running in that space. It's pretty crazy. It's a unique history. But yeah, that's like part of it is a game from that era, from the Facebook days. And though I think we have kind of evolved it, I think there is more evolution to do. And that's actually a lot of what Mouse Hunt V4 is. First of all, Mouse Hunt V4 is just a big kind of rebuild of the engine, which is really going to open up our capacity to like build better stuff. The tooling that we're running on, like the infrastructure that we built for ourselves, is many years old, and so like putting in certain features of the game is harder. And as the developers have like learned so much over these 16 years, there's definitely things that they know they want to do in a different way, but it is kind of a case of like, well, like to rebuild that is such a big thing that like the only way to really do it appropriately, to do it correctly, is like rebuilding the engine. That's, you know, a thing that we have devs chipping away at day in, day out. But it's such a massive thing that it's going to take a long time, as you might understand and expect. But another part of it is it's a real opportunity to kind of like update and evolve parts of the game that are ancient and like don't sit well with people. I've certainly like people like me. I'm like, oh, this is a project I work on. And I show them it, and it's like elements of it like feel really hard to kind of like understand and kind of connect with. And so I see V4 as an opportunity to kind of like update elements of that, like really bring in better visuals. Like there's so many parts of the game where it's actually like low res stuff shoved into what could be high res things. There could be more juice and more kind of like just kind of well, juice is the right word for it. It's actually like like a video game kind of term, but like more juice in the interfaces, and navigation could be better and cleaned up. And so we're looking at all these ways to do it, and it'll be an interesting journey. Like one thing that's always kind of like the challenge of doing something like that is um, the transition, the change that the community would have to kind of like bear. That's always tough. I remember when we updated the kind of like the interface. I guess it was V3. Uh, there was such a kind of backlash where the camp button and like travel button I had originally, like with the first kind of version, or maybe the second version of MouseHunt. I kind of like painted these gem colors for all the kind of navigation buttons, and there was issues with that interface. It was actually like very, very um, inefficient. It was slow to load because of so many things, and we rebuilt that. And that was an opportunity to update the buttons and make them easier to use and just flow better. And there was less kind of like lag issues. I don't know what the details were, but like technically there was like issues with how it was originally built. And so we rebuilt that interface, and people were like so upset by us updating it, and it looked pretty much the same. It just was slightly different. That we actually like implemented a legacy version where people could still use that mode, because change is hard. Um, but ultimately, like the update gave us so many more features and ability to do things that ran so much faster, is way more efficient, opened up possibilities. But it's hard to kind of like do that progression, that evolution. And V4 is going to be more of that kind of like where by creating these better interfaces and tools and stuff like that, like we really open up the game to be that much better, and it gives so much more capacity to the players, to the devs, to the design, to everything. But it comes with a, hey, you know what? I would love to update the code of paint on this. Can I please? And it's hard. It's hard. Like change is scary. I admit it. I struggle with it too. But like that's definitely something that we're gonna be, having to kind of like grow through together, and it'll be way better for it. It's just kind of like some people might bounce off that, and that's unfortunate. But that's part of not stagnating too. Like it's an old game. It shows it. You can see its bones, and I want to kind of like give it more muscle and all that, but it requires making it look cooler. So, yeah. But we don't need to worry about that right now. It's not like anytime soon. That's still deep in development, early days. Okay, so let's get back to art, shall we? So we have kind of like some cavern stuff built up. What I threw this silhouette in here for was to actually kind of do a kind of value almost study. By the way, this is what I was talking about with the Jacob radio, where I'll just ramble at you about whatever pops into my brain. So apparently some people just tune in for that. They don't even like watch the art stream. They just have me off in a tab rambling while they like do chores or something. Probably work. If you have any art-related questions and all that, I love to answer those if I can. Yeah, any questions at all? In case anyone isn't like familiar with who I am, I'm the original artist on MouseHunt. I've been here since the early days, back when it was Dave, Giorgio, myself that kind of created MouseHunt. So you get to blame me for all the like really lousy interface, kind of like it was all kind of like set up by me, and we've had to kind of build off of that structure ever since. We've managed to evolve it here and there, but for the most part, things are kind of, set in granite, but not forever. We're getting better at kind of like updating things. I did some map updates quite a while back, and I think stuff like that's nice and easy to change, especially because I can just kind of like sneak in little tweaks here and there. I also like leaving legacy elements of it. There's old elements in the map that are very obviously like from the beginning, and it's kind of interesting to see that it doesn't look great in contrast to like more updated artwork for it. But I think it's cool to have that history visible. And eventually, uh, as all things should in the game, I plan on kind of like evolving it. But like, I like to do map stuff canonically. Um, if you were around in the early days, it was actually quite a regular thing, that we would throw something interesting and story based inside the map. Like, I would have, like just an update where an asset kind of moved on the map, or like I blew up the boat, the Huntington, so many times. What are we on, the fourth right now? Um, and like just introduced story through just kind of the visuals of the map being altered. This is such a cool thing to be able to do. Okay, so I think I need the center to kind of like have more light through it, and then I'll build up the stalagmites and stalactites layer by layer. It's easiest to, for something like this, to kind of paint the background to foreground in that order, because then you just stack them. Technically, another way is to actually just use layers for this process, but right now this is still just kind of like sketch anyways, so I'm not going to be torn up if I have to repaint this anyways. It's kind of the expectation that I have for it. But right now I kind of want to just like find a balance for it. Again, like I need to always be thinking of this as, okay, it's going to appear in-game small, so I need to design it with those details that I really want being able to read. If I put in tons of like super fine details, it's all going to just look like nothing. There's just going to be too much happening. It's going to look like noise. Whereas if I try to be more selective with bigger kind of obvious like pieces of detail, like this notch here is glowing more, that part of the ceiling, if you will. That was supposed to be a blur brush. There we go. So like zoomed out, that is now more visible than it was before. Yeah, I always need to kind of like be more conscious of how is this going to read in game. I'm designing it for a small asset. Got to keep it working for that. Even though I have enough pixels to kind of get all in there and have fun, I will have that fun, but need to make sure that priority it's going to read how I need it to before I kind of like lose all that in just over detailing stuff. It's definitely something that I'm guilty of. I've definitely like gone way too far on details. I always do. It's part of what I think uh, I don't know, it's almost a requirement of me that I do that. But I do think it adds a little something. Even though you may not be able to appreciate it fully in game, it makes a difference in the end, to me. Alright, so this will be like the underside of it here. Right, so you can just kind of tell what the angle is. I just wanted to put in that. Okay, so that looks kind of cool. It looks like it's like gooey and just kind of tearing apart slime or something. Hmm. Yeah. It's hard to remember back that far. I like the theme a lot. Strong medieval and fantasy feel, elemental magics. The card aspect is appealing. Something about the world building and atmosphere is great. See, I appreciate that because I feel personally, and this is my journey with like Mythmonger or Mythweaver, or sorry, Leavenlight, um, was that those were the elements that I managed to get into the game that the other stuff that I really wanted didn't. Um, just part of the history was like it the the engine that we were wanting didn't end up kind of like getting generated how we wanted it. Like we planned and designed, and then what got built wasn't it, and so we couldn't pull off the things we had intended. Um, but I had full freedom on kind of just like character and world building for a lot of it. So um, I definitely like had a lot of fun exploring that, and like I had like uh, just pages and charts and graphs of like how the politics and stuff in that universe worked, and there's like this triangle of like factions, and like there was this interesting faction thing that never really got to happen, that was going to be tied into the gameplay more so and all kinds of stuff. But yeah, it was probably too convoluted to be fair, um, especially for like the kind of like play depth that it was targeting. Um, but yeah, there was parts of it that I liked, other parts that just kind of didn't quite hit how they could have. But a lot of really neat and interesting art that was created for it too, and lots of like quite a few different artists got to be a part of creating stuff. It was kind of more of a project where we could kind of like, reach out to other artists and be like, hey, make a piece for this, and that was a really neat thing that we did for that, kind of guest art and stuff. Uh, yeah, yeah, it was a long time ago. I also forget most of it. I still look through like my old art folders at that every once in a while and kind of like, oh yeah, and also like, ooh, that art that I did could do a lot better now. But that's a good thing to find. Um, oh, interesting. So you were caught up in those in that world when Ronza visited with the Snowbie. Yeah, the snob. That is a legendary trap, is it not? That Ellie. Yeah. Do like having Ellie traps aiding progression. It made me look forward to the event season quarter one. End of winter hunt, lunar new year, birthday egg hunt. Yeah, um, it's interesting. So one of the things that I feel about like compression traps is when they're the LE versions, there's like the exciting kind of like collection element of it. Like I think LE traps are neat to collect, but there is also at times when it's put in to be like this is actually addressing an issue in kind of like the range of traps that exist here. Like I think there should be, this power type that fills that gap. Um, Filling that with an LE trap is a bit of a problem because you filled it, but now there isn't kind of like a good kind of like stopgap that exists more regularly. Like some traps are designed that they come back each year with that event. So like if you miss it, you can get it again. But if it's LE, that's not happening. And also, uh, sometimes it's kind of like, okay, we find that this really does need to be just like a permanent thing that exists. Like everyone should have this tool when they come into it now to help with kind of like making the area more fun, the compression, get out of it faster. Like the iceberg, for example, with the base. We originally had a LE base that was amazing, and it made the area so much more fun and playable. That eventually we're like, wait, actually having it LE is terrible because we want everyone to be able to to benefit from this tool. So we made the non-LE version, and that's a cool way to do it. Is have like the collector's version of it year one, where it's like if you were there, you got the real version, but then the next year we introduce kind of like the permanent version that anyone can get, and so it's kind of a like collector, or at the same time maybe, but like having the collectible version of it, the special edition version of it, is kind of a cool thing, which I think is the way to do it. I like that where you can have the special edition or you can have the regular version, but like they're designed to just fill a need in that gameplay and just make it better. So I like when we get to do that. I think that helps the game, and improves the experience for everybody. And also, like LE stuff, collectible stuff, it's cool. I think it's really neat. It's also a unique feeling thing for MouseHunt too. Like that's a special thing. It's literally badges of honor for people. Like, oh yeah, I got the snob, and I can say that, and people know what that means, and that's special. And it makes like hopefully it's not like a bad feeling for the most part. Like it is a bad feeling where it's like, oh, I regret missing that, and I don't want it to be like a FOMO kind of thing where it's like you're forced to be a part of it because you have a fear of missing it. I don't think that's good. I don't think that's what a game should do to you. Like it shouldn't force you to play because you're fearing something, right? Like that's not a healthy relationship. It should be like you're excited because you want that, and that's something that is a lot of fun, and it brings you joy. You know, like there's definitely a different relationship between those two. So hopefully it's not, the LE stuff is based off of a fear, you know, because that's not good. I don't like that. I don't like forcing people to partake in something that they don't want just because of that. So should be a beneficial relationship with the game, you know. Um, yeah, and well, like that is actually, I kind of miss the multiple LE traps a year. Seems like the new direction is to have less LE traps, and that is actually it. I think that a big part of why we have kind of been a little more careful about doing LE is specifically that it's like uh, the when you add too many, first of all, it can kind of take away from like how meaningful they can be. But it also every time can create a little bit of fear of missing out. So we don't want to overdo that. We don't want to dial that too hard and make it where it's just like stressful. You can't miss a thing. Like that's not what we want to do to you. Um, we enjoy the LE. We like them. They're cool, but like it's something to do in moderation, in my opinion. when it makes the most sense, when it really feels meaningful and interesting. It's not just a free kind of like cool factor. Like we want it to be the right time to pull out that special thing and keep it special, and not kind of like just turn it into this like, oh, I can't miss it. Those are stressful. I don't like that. So again, like I a huge priority for me and all the devs is that like the game provides a healthy relationship with the players. I think that that's really important to all of us. We want to like make sure that your time spent with us is good for you. You enjoy it. You're not kind of just doing it because you feel like you have to. Like that's no fun. I don't think that's good for you. I'd rather you not play if that's what you were experiencing, right? Um, want you to be enjoying it. And sure, not every piece of content is going to be, your cup of tea. There's so many different things we try. There's so many different styles of players that we cater to that I guarantee you that we will never appease someone in every aspect that's possible, right? Like there is always something that we'll do that like maybe you won't like that, but you'll like this, and we gotta find that and work that. But yeah, like I agree, Ellie stuff is pretty cool, but it is super kind of like we need to like use that in the right ways. That's all. So yeah, we've dialed it down over the past years because of that. And I think it's the right way to play it. As long as we put them here and there, they're still a part of this history. And like, to me, that's what they really do. Is like they are a part of your history with the game. They convey this like I was here. I I visited Ronza 2024 and all I got was this lousy T-shirt kind of thing. Like they're not amazing, super useful traps a lot of the time. And honestly, that's something we definitely don't do anymore is make amazing LE traps because when you miss out on it, it really sucks. It's super bad feeling, right? So we don't want that feeling for people. Like maybe you had something happen and you had to take time away from the game and you missed an event that had like this amazing snob trap, or like a super good LE thing, and you'll never get that, and it was not your fault. Life happens, things happen, and like we don't want people to feel that. So you know and like there's other cool things that we've learned to add which are super neat and fun, and they're more useful. Like I think trap skins and stuff like that, like journal themes, those kinds of things are like also in a way LE. They may not have the badge, but a lot of the time it's like, well, like it's kind of hard to get now. Like maybe you can get some of the things on the marketplace, and that's cool because like there's this interesting player economy that can come out of that, and I think that's also fun and interesting. Not everybody's cup of tea again, but like for some people that's the best, right? Um, but but yeah, like man, I'm very slow at art because I'm just rambling so much today, huh? Sorry. Um, let's try and get a dragon on here. Uh, but yeah, I mean, I actually completely lost my train of thought. Good job, me. Not enough coffee. Yeah. Anyways, just rambling about like how we kind of like put in interesting, fun stuff to collect, and how we've evolved that to just be a better way of doing it and learned lessons. Uh, yeah. So remember the change to V3, aka long tail. Yeah. V4 sounds exciting. I have very strong opinions about the trap effectiveness meter. Oh boy, don't we all? That is absolute. Like, here's one of the things about V4 is we can actually do something about the trap effectiveness meter. I can't say what we're going to do, how we're going to change it, but we don't think it's great right now. And that's something we absolutely could not do anything about in V3. In V4, oh boy, oh boy. Like, there are such better tools that are going to be happening, and like trap effectiveness meter is one of them. Like, other things that we've wanted to do for decades, a decade at least, like, is going to be possible to finally to kind of like do certain things. And so like, this is one of those things where it's like, it's so exciting, like the possibilities of what V4 is going to really allow the devs to like engineer in the right ways, as opposed to like hacking it in and like, we can kind of do these things, but we're already working on V4, why don't we do it in V4 instead? It'll be way better and like not annoying to like use and put more in, all kinds of stuff, all the reasons. But like, yeah, trap effectiveness meter is definitely a big one, um, and many other big ones is a thing. Like, yeah, I'll leave it at that. I'm not the one that should be talking about this truly, but like, it's exciting stuff. It's still a long ways away. There's still a lot to be done, but it is definitely getting done, and you know, we'll be talking more and more about it as time goes on, obviously. But like, also keep in mind, like, there's gonna be changes. You're gonna have to like understand that and appreciate that those are for the benefit of MouseHunt itself. You know, like, a big part of the design that we're working on is kind of like making it better to come into for the first time ever. Like, people who open the game for the first time, they've never seen it, they don't know anything about it, and it's like, hey, try this game out. They open it, it's rough. You know, like, it's not good at like getting you in. And I think there's stuff we can still do in V3, and we do, you know, tweaks here and there, and we change things, we try things. V4 we can kind of like overhaul so much more, and like the actual like look of it as well. Like, the overall look is going to be shifting. Um, we've been doing tons and tons of internal kind of like back and forth with our kind of UI designer, and like the art team and the devs, and it's just like, that's a huge part of what we've been doing, and we'll be, you know, in time kind of like opening those up for kind of like sharing and feedback and all that, but not right now. But like, it will look different. It'll play so much cooler and better, and yeah, I'm excited for it. Like, from what I've seen, I'm hyped. But again, there are definitely people who are going to be like, you changed the color of a button. How could you do this to me? I can never forgive you. You know, like, that's the reality of what we will be up against, and that's a challenge. You know, we can't not hurt people in that way, and it sucks because it's better. It's better. It's going to be a better experience. It improves so much of the game, and like, it'll make it so that, you know, it'll be easier to digest for new players coming in. We'll have more kind of fresh blood, and so, you know, it's all good, but change is hard. So, you know, I'll probably be trying to talk about this more and more as time goes on, because I just want it to be something we're conscious of. Um, you know, it won't be like suddenly a light flip switches and it's all different, without, you know, the community really having all the time in the world to digest this. But yeah, it's just something on my mind. Okay, y'all, let's get some dragon on here, because I've been eating up. Oh my goodness, it's 12. It's been an hour already. Goodness gracious. Oh, talk about Jacob Radio. All right. I don't know. Apparently, people like Jacob Radio. I have more concurrent viewers than I tend to keep this long in. So, I guess people like me just rambling at you while I just kind of wiggle a screen and get nothing done. Yeah. All right. Weren't there some guest artists from SN too? Yeah, no, we've definitely had artists that have kind of like done a piece in here, here and there. I ran art contests in the past where we had the winners' artwork kind of like brought into the game. Ah, man, I should run an art contest again. It's been so long, way too long. But yeah, Uh, we've definitely kind of like done that kind of thing in the past, and I think we could do more of that kind of community stuff. It's neat. One of the cool things that I liked about uh, Mythmonger and Leavenlight was we like put the artists credited on each piece of artwork, and that's just something we kind of like didn't do in MouseHunt, but it's something that like one day maybe we should kind of like go through the archive and like attribute everyone. It'd take a bit of time to go through it all and find it all, and I don't even know if some artists would be like, nah, leave my name off that. It's so old. I don't want people to like see that and be like, oh, look what they did. But who knows? I have to track down some people if we did that. But yeah, I mean, like I like that. I think that was kind of a neat little detail, and I especially with the age of like AI art and stuff like that, which we will never ever touch. Um, uh, Making sure that credit to the artists is known, I think, is appreciated. Um, and of course, artists themselves often appreciate that. I think that makes a lot of sense. But also, like for the player base, like it could be cool to like know, like, oh yeah, uh, like Liz did that, or Kelly made that, and like otherwise it's kind of like I'll maybe mention who it is that did a piece, but otherwise you wouldn't really know unless you're kind of like really good at kind of like identifying who made what. But like something about the art team is like we've actually gotten pretty good at like um, merging our styles. Like the thing is we're not like emulating each other. We don't try and kind of like copy each other's to create this cohesion, but we've kind of like blended our design sense together into what it is now. Because like I can look at like each piece and often I can identify, okay, that looks like so and so made that, but it's not always that easy. Sometimes it can be a little bit trickier, um, and it has evolved over time. I know my art style has been kind of like evolved thanks to the team I work with. We're always kind of teaching each other things, and as the best environment for an artist is to like have other kind of like artists you can kind of grow with. It's good stuff. You ever get the opportunity, I highly encourage that. All right, so how do we want this? Like, I think there was the idea of like a dragon head on the top. Maybe it's like clawed around it or something. Now, again, and I was talking about this last week, the visual kind of language I want to convey for this piece is that it's not like a living creature on it. It's more like a stone gargoyle piece of artwork, kind of like detailed onto it. Uh, so I could do like an arm kind of reaching over like that. Could look cool. Um, Now, one thing about the treasure chest is I like the layering that's happening. Um, the kind of like there's the cavern, and then a band of the body and tail, and then wings and head over top. So there's at least 3 layers in play. So I think I would like to kind of like use that concept here. Maybe I'll have the arm kind of extend underneath to have more of that layer effect happening. But again, like I want to avoid it being too organically 3D. I want it to feel more flat and embossed. Which, with how dynamic I'm kind of sketching this, it's going to be a little bit of a trickier thing to kind of make that happen, I think. It's very easy to make this like very 3D and creature-like. So, kind of having to fight that somehow. Do we like this kind of angle for it? Now there isn't multiple states for this one, unlike the treasure chest. The chest has kind of like the standard and rare variants. So that one has kind of like the rare one kind of opens up more. There's glowing happening. It's a lot more active and alive. Whereas this one, there's only one state for it. So we can kind of give it its all in the first go. We don't need to hold back. Don't need to plan for multiple kind of versions of this. So for scroll cases, I do like to think about like how do they open, how do they reveal the map, the scroll for you. And often it is this kind of seam in the center that, like, I guess you would, you know, twist it apart and then it would pop open. It could be that like the base unscrews. That also would make sense. I'm just trying to think of like how the tail wrapping around it would work. You know, corkscrews around the wing as it is, kind of like there could be a seam here, you know, to like show how it kind of like pulls apart, and then it would help kind of illustrate this idea of it being, you know, this sculpt on this scroll case, right? Like this stonework carved, you know, container. So that's a benefit of putting the seam right there, so I can show that off more obviously. Actually, I like that stalagmite, stalactite, sorry, stalactite sticking out there. So I don't want to lose that detail. Yeah, I think I like that seam happening there. And if I kind of like play with these surfaces, I can show how three-dimensional the texture of this is, which is kind of cool. But yeah, I like the idea that it's just like the two parts just slide apart, right? And they just, you could rotate around and offset it, or they line up perfectly, and maybe there's like pins that like keep it aligned, but they just kind of like smoothly slide apart. They're just tight fitted kind of interlocking pieces like that. I think that could work. I guess that seam, the wing I think is actually bending downwards, right? So we can have that seam turn there. But otherwise, because the wing is flat, that seam is flat, right? But it's also sticking out from the surface, so it's offset because the angle we're viewing it at. All right. Yeah. Tune in today for news, Jacob for social interaction. Yeah, that makes sense. I'm so like not keeping up with chat. I'm the worst for social interaction. I just like don't even pay attention to the chat and I just ramble. So I guess. But yeah, it's a hang sesh. It's fine. I eventually find the chat and I sometimes read it out of order and there you go. Mm. Add dragon emblem in the middle of the scroll. Yeah, it could be like the what do we have for it? The like the wing I think is the power type emblem. Could be something like that or like I think I did on the first kind of like sketches of the treasure chest there was kind of like like a dragon head motif thing, kind of something like that. Um, but yeah, it could be like a seal looking thing, right? Where it like splits down the middle. Hello, I'm a mouse and I'm a dragon. You know, I kind of like this crawling down the like the scroll case. So like that's pretty cool. And I'm imagining like the elements, kind of like ice exploding out of it, and the fire coming from the inside of the tube, and then maybe there's like poison seeping around, kind of like glooping. Like I think there's enough going on that it's gonna be like super rad to look at. And with the dragon on this half and elements a little more focused on the bottom half, that might balance in a nice way. So that could work pretty good. I think we got something there. Like I feel like the sketch isn't developed very much, but I feel good about the idea, which doesn't always happen. Like I'm often like I don't think it's working, but maybe we'll just keep at it, and eventually we'll probably, hopefully, get there. Um, but yeah, I think that there's enough working here, and like I guess part of it is the treasure chest that does exist. I would say that has set a certain precedent for it that like I kind of know what it needs to look like to a degree, and like that's more kind of set in stone, whereas like last week it was kind of like I don't even know what direction we should go in yet. At least some of that is already defined because I want it to match the chest, so that's at least solved enough of it for me. Yeah, maybe the other arm is kind of wrapped behind here. And that might look really cool. Because it looks like it's crawling down if I do it that way. We could also have the body kind of like wrapping here, which might make sense as well with the tail coiled the way it is. I worry that we might lose a little bit too much of the scroll case quality if I do that though. Like the shape of it's already kind of getting a little bit hard to see. Actually, you know what? Maybe it's just the claws here. Yeah. I think just the claws, because there's just so many things that it's doing at once that I need to kind of pull back on some elements, but I still want that arm involved somehow to kind of like give it that like gargoyle vibe. And I think it perching and reaching down is actually the most kind of gargoyle it could get. So that's feeling right for that aspect. So yeah, I like even if it's just the fingers, I get what that pose means now, you know. So I like that. Um, I mean the tail could be wrapped tighter around it, and like the wing could be going over top, right? And that might be better for the layering of things, uh, and tightening it up to feel more scroll case like. That might work. Uh, Jimmy was actually like a core illustrator, but he was only here for a year or two, I think. Um, and yeah, like he was an incredible artist. He actually uh, managed to get picked up by Blizzard Entertainment of all places, and that's why he ended up moving on from MouseHunt. Um, but yeah, he's quite a talented artist, so makes sense. And as well, like Jesse McGibney, he kind of like was early days with us, and he was working on his own game at the time with a friend of his, and they ended up kind of finishing the game, and it ended up being a massive success. I love all the games they've made since, but he ended up kind of like moving on because of his studio being quite successful. So um, that's kind of the journey of mouse hunt artists is they'll kind of like be with us, but like they're aiming for a higher kind of like goal, and when they achieve that, then they move on, and we're happy to have had them and excited for their futures. But yeah, we actually there was like a game kind of awards competition thing that um, Jimmy or sorry Jesse's company Alien Trap, they had a game that they submitted, and we had Clan O'Connell submitted, and we were kind of like both getting closer and closer to kind of like the finals, and uh, uh, Alien Trap ended up winning it, and we didn't. So I was kind of like, well, one of us won, so I'm happy about that. But yeah, it was interesting. Mad skilled, yeah, really, really amazing artists I've gotten to work with over the years. Truly, truly lucky. Um, and like Mike Hiscott did a lot. Um, Alex Sullivan, all kinds of really good artists. Start the thread as the tail is the threads on the container. That's an interesting way to do it. Yeah, I'm gonna do a copy of this sketch, and take away the tail here so we can come put it underneath. See what that does. Let's get the okay claw coming in. And then yeah, the tail. Let's see the threads. Threads are pretty tight potentially. I mean, if it is kind of like directly on the surface, just trying to think of if I can really pull that, like, because as much as I'm like, yeah, that would look really cool if the whole thing was like this coiled up dragon. I just want to make sure we have enough room to really show off the cavern below, right? But I think it coiled tighter around it would feel more like the chest, so. Hmm. Ooh. Art contest. How about an area pitch contest? Area concept pitches. Yeah, actually, that's kind of a cool idea. Haven't done one of those as a contest. Like, I enjoy kind of plunging the idea bank in there. It's always interesting to see what people would be interested in, and uh, there have been a number of times when I've like gone through those threads and I'm like, man, they have like some of the same ideas I have. That's awesome. Um, and it's funny because like it's certainly happened in the past where like we've come out with an area and we'd not like seen someone's thread about something. They're like, oh, they used my idea. And I'm like, yeah, we totally, yep. But like sometimes we have the same thoughts. But yeah, no, I mean, actually, that'd be a really interesting contest. Now, like, I guess there's a bit of caveats to have around those. It's like, okay, as great as this idea, like, we love this idea the most, it wins, whatnot. Um, it doesn't mean that it's like, okay, well, now we're going to build that area, right? Like, we tend to kind of want to build our areas, but like, I love seeing what new ideas come out, and you know, like sometimes they do influence what we're developing. But yeah, it's interesting like that. Okay, so geyser. Let's see. Now we have kind of like 3 layers happening here. Might be too many layers. Also, that I don't know what I did the face, but I don't like it. Let's revert back to more horse mouth. There we go. Hmm. All right, let's see. Recognize Jimmy's style. Yeah. Start super tight like 3 times, then expand. So like it's kind of like coiled tightly and then it opens up more so. Maybe kind of like that. Like I like it getting thicker as it goes up too, right? So maybe it's more like that. Hmm. Hmm. Tail of the dragon could be shaped like a laurel wrapping around the scroll. Laurel. Do I know what a laurel is? Ah, it's like the kind of like that kind of leaf thing, right? That's a laurel. Hmm. Hmm. That is something that's interesting about Feedback Friday Art Edition is like trying to interpret people's suggestions as they intend it is a challenge that is not easy. Can't say that I manage it, but like either way, like getting inspiration and finding a direction based off of an idea that was given, even if it wasn't the intended, is something that happens very regularly. And my favorite thing is kind of like finding, you know, like a cool direction that was because of input from the audience. So either way, we get somewhere we didn't before, even if I might not get the idea exactly as suggested. Okay, so that ice. It'll look more ice-like when I get to it. Right now it's a weird sci-fi cactus building. I don't know. Crystal. Exploding with coldness. Okay. Kind of think having a full dragon for the scroll case makes it a little too busy looking. It might, yeah, you might be right about that. I guess that like the precedent for it is the chest has kind of like the full dragon, but we're looking at a very different shape, and the idea is that it's kind of like a smaller element as well. So yeah, maybe, and like I think that we're potentially losing the cavern a little too much, so I'm worried about that. It could be that we do something with less of the tail. Maybe the wing arm is pulled back a little bit more. Maybe even shrunk down. And I'm thinking like if the tail kind of coils up off the bottom, then it might be a little more subtle, but like it'll still connect the two pieces, right? But that way we have a little more room for the texture to happen. I think that part of the like weightiness is this wing kind of breaking up the silhouette as much as it is. Like if I just kind of fill this really roughly to just kind of like build this silhouette, you know, the it kind of feels like the balance could be a bit better. Right? So I mean, again, like I can help balance it with the elements, kind of splashing out the bottom of it. I could flip the dragon or flip the elements so that they're kind of contrapposto. That could work. But maybe overall I want to just kind of shrink that all down even more. It could also be that like we don't have the full dragon head in it, and that might be pretty good too. So now like the claws, the clasp on it, right? Like it doesn't pull the arm in half, but the claw is kind of like maybe the thing that like pins it closed and locks it. Be kind of a neat detail. Yeah, like in reality, less is more. And one of the things I find about the style that I do is I can always add more. I can always just put more and more and more and more detail in. And especially for items, I need to kind of like, you know, work against that nature I have. And kind of like make cleaner looking things smaller, better. Um, so I do, looking at this, I do feel like more in this direction will just present itself better. It does feel less related though to this chest, um, and I think that's going to be because of the overlap that's going to happen with like the cavern kind of texture with the stone overlay. So I might actually have to like take another direction again. And what I'm actually picturing is more, um, let's see, uh, like a dragon wing kind of wrapping around each end or something like that. How to do this? Like without the dragon head, I guess is kind of like part of it. But like a wing is probably the thing that's going to cover the most. So maybe that's the exact opposite of what I should do. Maybe it should just be like the tail. Right? Yeah, it's potentially covering so much that I'm not sure I like that at all. And there's less kind of like layering. It's one layer over top, which is going to be cool, but again, less related. So I don't like that. Maybe this one, but the wing is across it more. Underneath the head, which is creating that layer. That might be better. It also does kind of like play with this coil shape. So a little more overlap, a little more room for maybe a single tail coil to play in that area. Because like I don't need this all to be open and show the cavern. Like I think having one wrap of the tail would actually be really great. So let's try that. But like we can keep it a tight coil. And I still like the idea of that seam kind of like splitting something in half. I think it helps communicate the like it's a storage item concept. It's a piece of artwork rather than there is this creature living on top of this and guarding it, right? It's a sculpted artistic container. So maybe this, and it can be a little more between the tail and the body kind of thickness to it perhaps. And we can get the spines going on it. The tail could just kind of end in a simple coil as well. That might be okay. Just to kind of simplify it a bit. Maybe have the fingies here and just shy of that edge. And then let's see. You're at 12:40, so we're gonna take lunch in 20. Maybe the tail is actually resting on top of this kind of like, here, let's pull up the really base sketch here. Lands on that kind of part that sticks out a bit more. Can even be covered up a little bit by it. I think it'll help to kind of show that cap still. Like, I think that is going to help communicate what this object is actually. So I think that I want to keep that as an element. Can also put some nice kind of like material texture into that and flatten it. Like if it's just stone, just really obvious stone, but then the dragon itself is the exact same looking material, but it's just more detailed. That could be kind of a nice way to communicate that. Another thing is like, what if this elbow is coming down, so the wing is kind of going over top? Should have made a copy. I don't know if I like that. Okay, let's copy this. I have so many duplicates going, but it's a good way to like experiment a direction if you don't know if you are absolutely going to change direction. Make a copy of your current sketch and then start making modifications, and you can just go back to the other one if you don't like it. Okay, so if I move this here, maybe it is on the very outside. Break that silhouette so it's more notable detail. Should I maybe lower that to have that stalagmite come down, or stalactite come down even more? Like it could wing out like crazy. Definitely is kind of like really making for an insane feeling silhouette, but is that kind of just cool though? Often the rule of cool is the direction it should be taken. If it would look more cool to do it this way, do it that way. Okay, so yeah, give it a little flip. Helps us kind of like see it with fresh eyes, right? Ultimately, I want to have this sketch solved within the next 15 minutes, right? Before I go on lunch, I want to know what I'm going to be rendering. It's kind of like how I like to structure the stream is I like to have the sketch done, solved, and maybe I have like the linear silhouette blocked in, so like flats are just kind of painted in really rough, so that the moment I come back from lunch, I can just start rendering. Okay, so I have like spines. again, like the idea is this is going to be like a stone detail, right? Gargoyle. So this be like lightly kind of etched in the surface, the scales. And then I like the idea there being that seam. And I did enjoy it kind of cutting across the surface here. Have that be a bit more 3D. That is corkscrewing up the side of this. There's a bit of a odd feeling angle in a sense, but it's because it's climbing up the side. This is when we're going to get more at the bottom, like so. You can get like a little bit of kind of like a textured edge if we want to imply these scales as well, right? Instead of it being perfectly flat, if there is kind of like a bump to it, it'll help your brain be like, yep, there's some kind of bumpy texture. Oh, look, it looks like scales. Okay, that bumpy texture is scales. Your brain just fills that in instantly, kind of thing. Now that seam, that spine is perfectly in the wrong spot for the seam to kind of like show through here. But hopefully I'll be able to make that read, and I can kind of like make sure the silhouette has this kind of cutout right at that edge to like your brain is like, yep, there's a little gap here, and I see a line, therefore there is like a segment thing happening here. Put a little highlight on this edge here, you know, all those little kind of pointers, so your brain is like, yep, those come apart. Those are separated. And have these like stalactites disrupt that surface a little bit more too. Maybe that works. I don't know. That might be too much. Again, we're looking at it super small. I don't even think that's going to read. But the wings do read. Maybe if this is kind of coming out here, that looks even cooler. It's a little tight. Try and bump that over just a little bit. We're going to have a lot of sketches to kind of quickly look over. It'll be interesting watching the replay on lunch, just because I feel like relatively the whole time it's been in kind of like a specific direction, but I think that it'll be kind of neat to see the little variations pop in and out. Often when I'm watching that during, like when I'm having my lunch, I'll be watching that replay, and I'll kind of like notice something that I really liked that got lost along the way. That happens all the time. So I try to kind of take a little mental note of that and see if I can reclaim that little detail. Often it's like, oh, we went in a completely different direction. So like, although I liked something about that, it's just not happening now. Like we're completely in a different realm. So there's no using that idea, but no, it's something that like I used to experience all the time. I'd work on a sketch for a piece of artwork, and then when I would be like turning that into a finished piece, it lost a little bit of that something. Something was working, and then as I rendered it, it kind of like got stiffer and it didn't quite flow as the sketch did and stuff like that. And I used to experience that all the time. And I, the part like what was happening, I would imagine. It's been too long. I don't really know for certain, but it makes sense to me. Is that sketches are often like really loose and scribbly, and like I might draw a line like, well, like look at these lines. Look how fat and undefined that is. I'm looking at that and I see ice, or fire or something like that. My brain just kind of fills that detail in, and when I would render back then, I would kind of like, just do what I thought was right and looked fine, but whatever shapes were working that my brain solved in the sketch that I liked, the flow, the shape, all that, it looked good because my brain had the space to see it that way. But when I rendered it, it like confined it and turned it into something more stiff and had less kind of like quality to the line and shape and stuff like that. So when stuff goes from a sketch where the sketch feels really good, I like what's happening, to I lost something. It's likely that like you're not good enough with your shape language, your line weights, your attention to what is aesthetically interesting and appealing, and you develop that over time. So don't like be like, it's hopeless. Like when you experience that, which you do all the time, like it definitely is a thing. Um, it's just you're still growing, and you will figure that one out the more art you do. Um, so just be aware that it's not that you ruined it; it's that you did what you could, but like you just got more. Like the the good thing about that, the good thing about that experience is there's something there, and your brain is aware of it. You just haven't unlocked it yet. Like you understand how it could look better. You knew it looked better. There was something there, and you need to like figure out how to analyze that and like look at like keep your sketch, keep that version of it, so that when you do kind of like complete it, you can look at it and be like, what is actually missing? What didn't work? Why do I like the sketch more? Why does that feel more organic or flow better? And then like analyze it, and like you'll learn such incredible information if you do that right. And a lot of the time it's about like how good your shapes read in comparison. Like what I think a lot of issues can happen is you build tangents in artwork that you don't realize how devastating they can be for the final piece. And a tangent is where like one line ends very awkwardly. Like it's I don't even know how to like create one by accident. I'm just too like automatically destroying any tangent by before I even let it happen. Um, let's see. So if I were to create a tangent, it would be I would have this stalagmite, the tip go right to the very edge of that tail, and like it ends exactly right at that line. Or I have objects overlapping, and let's see. It's about like making extremely clear what is actually overlapping what. If there's any kind of confusion about it, then like you're confusing the brain. You make it harder to read, harder to understand at a glance, and that makes stuff look bad and not as appealing. So it's about like how clean it reads. So things need to either like uh, not be that close to overlapping, right? Like you have this visible gap, this negative space between those, or it obviously overlaps. So you understand that like the tail is above this stalagmite when it was right to the very tip. Your brain is like, what comes in front of the other? Like what is the hierarchy of the, you know, relationship between these objects? And they start to get confused, and your brain has to like process it harder, and that makes it less appealing and harder to appreciate. When you do all the work for a brain, and like now I have this overlapping, now I'm telling the brain, oh yeah, the stalagmite is coming out on top of the tail. You know, I did that work for you. Now you can appreciate that as what it is, and it's cleaner to understand and instantly recognize it. So a lot of the time, like earlier artists, that's an issue that they run into. So always be looking out, and we do it all the time. Like we in the art team will point out like, oh, you got a little tangent happening here. So that's something that being a part of a team it can benefit, where you like share work and be like, hey, give me feedback, and we can kind of like spot that in each other's work easier, because when you're working on something for a long time, you don't tend to see it anymore, and that's why I have to take breaks. I can't like go the entire workday necessarily, or I'm just kind of like I don't see the artwork anymore. I have the ability to flip the piece as I work, so that's huge. It makes it way easier. But even then, like my brain is too good at kind of like just getting used to looking at something. So you need to give it a rest and have other people look at it as well to kind of like get those fresh eyes, right? Yeah. Anyways, we are at 4 minutes to lunch. So I would say, actually, I do kind of like that stalagmite coming out in front, and then I'll have others going in behind, and that'll kind of create like a cool layering effect between them. So yeah, you know, I'm keeping that. Cool. All right. So the wing detail, I want that wing to work. So I'm going to keep it, and I'm going to balance the element around that. Also, I had a better version of the ice in a different sketch, so I'm going to find that real quick. Okay, I think it was this one. It's like mildly better. It's a little more I understand what's happening kind of idea. What's this? Okay. So I actually think I might take this ice and let's flip it, twist it, rotate it, turn it. Let's do another here. Shrink it down. Stretch it out. Shrink it down. And warp it. Make it more dynamic. It's an explosion of ice now, right? And it's just kind of bursting out of the base of this. That's a little more interesting. And now that kind of like, along with this helix shape, is kind of balancing this wing kind of weight on the top, and then we have this ice weight on the bottom, and they're coiled around together. The fire will be represented in the core of this, and then the poison can be our accent that kind of like we use to draw the eye in ways that we want. Because the green, the vibrant kind of nuclear green, if you will, is going to be a tool that I can use in this piece. So I think we're in a pretty good spot to go to lunch. So that works out. No word from an electrician yet, so that was good so far. We've at least gotten a successful stream, but we're going to keep going because there's more to do on this, obviously, and I'm still charged up with it, so I like it. All right, I'm happy with this sketch. We didn't end up doing the flats for it. It is now 1 o'clock. I will be taking my lunch. I'll be back at 2. But for now, what we'll do is I'll have this kind of pushed off to the side. We give it a save. Sorry, I haven't been involved with the chat super much, but it's one thing about my stream is it's not a very fast-moving chat. It's more people tune in and just hang, as opposed to like directly engage in conversation. Because I'm often not even like reacting to the chat that happened within like several minutes. So I apologize. Oh, thank you for the heart emotes, by the way. But yeah, that's what you get with me. But I do love to read it, and I love, especially to try and utilize these suggestions. Like you can literally throw curveballs in the chat of like, what if clown shoes? Then sometimes I'll try and humor that, and sometimes I end up using it. Not clown shoes, never clown shoes, but you get the idea. All right, so I'm gonna pull up the time lapse video for now, and we can just enjoy that while we put it to all, which not a lot. It's a short video. It'll be longer, obviously, at the end of the day when we get the rendering happening, but I'm happy enough with the design of this so far. Actually, I'm gonna close that, and we'll pull this out to go on top so we can appreciate both right now. Bring that over here, because when I switch camera mode, that will be more visible. Have the timer in between, maybe? Yeah, let's pull that up too. All right, 58 minutes. Whoop. Whoop. All right, cool. Well, I shall be back at 2 o'clock my time, and we'll continue. But until then, enjoy the break and fuel up or whatever. Go to bed. It's pretty late for some people, I know. But yeah, all right. I'll catch you in an hour. I'll also have 3 Larry links for you. Goodness me. All right. See you soon. Hello. We are back. Howdy, 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 howdy. Lunch is done. Yeah, Monday's a holiday. Nice. Alright. So, where we left off, have a pretty decent sketch worked up. I'm relatively happy with it. I was looking at the comments in the chat during lunch, and also watching the time lapse, and there might be room to like consider, like I might just take a look at what it would look like without the dragon head. Leave everything else. Kind of curious as to like if that will look better. So might just take a quick gander at that. But before I forget, I'm gonna share some Larry links. Copy link. Let's see if it'll let me. There's one. There's two. And there is three. Yes, I did stay till the end credits. I always do. They're always worth kind of catching the last of it, and that was quite a scene. Yeah, talking about the Deadpool Wolverine movie. It's very entertaining. I enjoyed. All right. Yeah. So I made a copy of this layer. I'm going to just wipe out the head and see if I like what that does. Just kind of like simplifying it. Actually, another way to do this is scale up the wing, but like make it actually conform with the twistiness of the cylinder. So what I might do is take this arm, I know I was like, oh yeah, we're done the sketch, ready to move on, but sometimes that fresh look, you know, after taking a short break, coming back to it, you kind of see things that you want to see what you can do about it. Like, I don't think it's required. I'm just kind of more curious to explore the potential of what it could look like if it was just a little bit more simplified. Okay, so don't even know if this will like really work for what I'm imagining, but internet connections, those are the worst. Well, you made it anyways. Welcome, welcome. I like this hand here, and I don't know if this kind of like idea of having the wing kind of wrap around behind plays very well with it. Yeah, I'm not certain that's reading. that hand kind of pop out and up more. It's nearly late because I was doing leather boiling experiments, seeing if I can get a better kind of like hardness with the leather I'm using for sheaths. I have like an 8-ounce leather. It's a nice thick leather, which I'm using for like the base body of the axe sheaths that I'm making, but it's fairly soft, and if you were to like throw it in your bag and it like hit just right and kind of like folded a little bit, then there'd be a good chance for the axe blade to like press in and cut through that corner. So I figure if I can kind of like harden it just right, then I can kind of avoid that happening. But boiling is a little bit harsh on the leather, I'm finding. Even if it's in there for like seconds, like 20 seconds, it'll darken it quite a bit, but I have to let it dry, see how much harder it gets, and color change and stuff, because it's going to impact the dyeing process. And I use different pieces. Oh, here's a tangent opportunity. So I have this kind of like edge here, right where that wing edge is lining up, and if those lines intersect that perfectly, your brain is like, what's the interaction happening here? I'm trying to understand it. So in this case, I would have the wing come out here instead, where they're very obviously not actually connecting in that way. Like the scroll cap here is in front, right? So I clean up that intersection of line to more clearly communicate what's going on there. Yeah, so next what I'm going to do is I'm going to do like a warm soak and try using like a heat gun on it to just kind of control, because the idea is like I'm using water and heat to cause the fibers to like interlock tighter. It's almost like felting, in a sense, and tighten up the grain so that it strengthens it. Go too far, you make it brittle, and if it's too hot, it like darkens the leather dramatically. So lots of experiments to run, and each piece of leather can be a little different too. So yeah. Whoa, 3 unrelated cheeses. Can't imagine why I'd need these. Unfortunately, we don't have what is it called? The frozen one, Arctic Abominable Asiago. We don't have that as a Larry link, so didn't have that one to share. But you know, got some Rockforth for that, hopefully. Yeah. All right. Oh, that's interesting, Joseph. I like that idea. Imagine small wings coming off the top, but not sure if it would make it too much like a sword hilt, or the like. Actually, like, I've been watching. I'm waiting for more at this point. Delicious in Dungeon, and Laios has like a dragon, or a wing-hilted sword, and it's quite a good like sword hilt motif, right? Um, So that's always fun. Lion head in here. Boop. They're great. That's a tiger, but that could be fun. Again, like I'm like I should move on past the sketch phase. I don't know if I want it to be that much simpler. Like I think based on the chest here, the variant with I mean, like those are kind of cool. If they were like clasping in the middle, that was also a suggestion in the chat that I saw. Might be. Don't select that one. Might be fun too. Hello? Be on the correct layer. Oops. Did I screw that up a lot? Nope. Undid it. Very good. Okay. So if I maybe if they're like shrunk down and do something like this. And like the actual cap is like the dragon. So this is the shoulder extending above. That could be kind of neat. I do like them holding hands. It's kind of cute. Alright. Holding hands. Oops. Didn't mean to crop it. Can I undo that, please? Thank you. And they're both holding an orb, as dragons love to do. Yeah. It's their favorite thing. Also wizards. Wizards love pondering orbs, so. Dragons clasp them, wizards ponder them. What's up with all these orbs? Nanians are big fans as well. Orbs. They're great. Alright, so. It's kind of fun, but like also it actually feels less scroll-like because we don't have the kind of wrapping tubular nature with it. I could make it wrap, but then it's, I'm not into it as much. That's neat. I think, yeah, you know, like, I think I'll just keep it simple and flat. But I actually do like it with the dragon head. There's more overlap. It does actually feel most related to the chest, and since we're past lunch, let's do that and take a look at what it looks like souped up. Got that dust going. So there you go. That's some more epicness happening, right? So I feel less like, I gotta be careful. Like, I feel like this level of detail is actually, no, you know what it's for, right? Like, I want it to tie together really obviously for the player. You know, like, you see the scroll case, you see the chest, you know those two are connected. So there we have it. Yeah, and I did adjust some things. So it, like, before, the scales were a little more like the head was bigger, the arm took more space, all kinds of stuff, and I just think that I did find that balance. So I'm happy with where it's at right now. But yeah, and I think a lot of the chat I was reading was from like before or during those adjustments. Yeah. All right. I'm gonna go with this. I'm going with this. So, I think I'll land it somewhere in between the two, like the dusted and non-dusted version, because I don't want it to feel like, whoa, this thing's always like blasting epicness. If anything, I want to make it more close to the undusted variant, but I'm gonna have a little bit more of that kind of like orange glow and the elements kind of playing a bit more. I think that would be a good kind of balance for it. So let's see. I'll move that sketch out of this folder, which is now just so many. Look at how many like sketch layers we have going. That's quite a few. I can grab this and these. I'll bump them out of the folder, and this can all just go away. This is just sketches, essentially. And I'll move that below the fold. Okay, so we got that. We got that if we need it. That's nothing yet. This is just sketches of caverns, but we don't need that anymore. And our dragon. Our dragon. Alright, I'm gonna move do that just so that I can see what I'm doing with this layer a little easier. Bump that up. And I don't even think I need this anymore, but I'll hang on to it, I guess. Okay, so we're just going to flat fill using these colors. Okay, we'll start with the like bottommost layer. I think there's really only 2 layers I'll need for this. So using a hard-edged opaque brush, I'm going to turn the sketch down even more. Honestly, even more. I just want a hint of it to kind of like see, but I want to focus more on kind of like my silhouette that I'm drawing right now. I sometimes don't kind of take that moment in this phase to like really kind of like get the silhouette figured out, and then I have to kind of like come back and do another pass at that or make adjustments. But this is actually the best time to solve my silhouette, because right now I'm not worried about any of the kind of like texture on it, and when I turn off the sketch I should be able to look at this as a flat shape and understand it, and if I don't, that means it probably could use some work. So, and I don't do that test enough, right? But it's a good sign when you can kind of like just look at a silhouette and tell what's happening. It's another one of those like artistic things where like if you can do really good silhouette shapes, you make it even easier for someone's brain to like glance at it and understand what they're seeing, which goes towards something feeling, you know, good to look at. It's very much how easy is it to read this image. The easier it is to read, the more aesthetically pleasing people tend to find it. Okay, so we get these claws. Also, when we're working with like an item that's like, okay, this is a small scale thing, I need it to like read at a tiny size. Silhouette again is like so important for that, right? You need to make sure that that registers and then worry about the details after. Also, another good thing to do, but I don't always do enough as well, is like limiting your palette, your color palette in especially kind of like small things like a singular object. It can go a long way to limit the palette for that. Alright, so the head will be on a layer above, but I can do like the wrap tail, the wrapping tail on this layer as well. And the cap can be on the second layer because it overlaps the tail here. I don't want that to be like a sharp edge because again we're trying to emulate like a stone carving, right? So it'd be really quite hard to get like such a thin sliver of stone carved. Not impossible, but it's kind of impractical, right? It's more likely you would get just kind of like a rounded, fatter kind of corner, especially the smaller it is, right? Not that it needs to be like really soft and round, but I just want to kind of like think about like what would someone carving this do Because like if it's super thin, it could chip and break more easily, right? Don't want too many super fragile elements in the piece. A good crafter will think about the use and design it for the purposes that, you know, you can throw this in your rucksack and go adventuring and it's not gonna chip and break on the adventure. Just like I don't want my axe sheaths to have the axe cut through them. It's kind of the point, is to stop that. Not that I've had that happen, it's just kind of like this particular leather feels a little bit too flimsy, so I want to stiffen it. Try to avoid that cutting edge bending and getting slashed. Right. Okay, so the cap on this one as well can be a second layer, and the head can be a third layer, I guess. And I want that silhouette cut out right here so that when you glance at it, you'll see there's a gap in this material. And you'll immediately understand, like, oh, okay, so there's a gap of some kind, and hopefully with how I detail it, it'll look like, you know, oh, it's segmented here, it opens right at this point. Okay, so we have that surface, but I also want to do the same implying scales thing. That scale is maybe cut right in half. So that bumpy texture, even without like scales drawn and rendered, like you kind of get a feel for there. Oh, there's this kind of scaly texture, right? So this is going to be the caps layer, which again is going to be the stone, but right now I'm just going to use an alternate color. Do I have the template with that piece? No, not in this file. I think I made a different template file that I could have loaded that has like each of these as their own kind of like separate elements, but I didn't open that file. Okay, so just block that in. Again, like I think someone asked if the caps are going to be like a textured material, and yeah, I want to make it like the same kind of stone, crunchy granite something, right? It should all kind of feel like it's made of the same cavern rock. Okay. Ugh. It's too hot to boil leather. A big soup pot boiling water in the kitchen. Maybe not ideal. Alright, so let's see. Actually, this tail segment, I'll leave it for now. All right, let's do the head layer, and I'll just go. That's too dark. Yeah, maybe a shade darker. There we go. Also, I'm gonna make the sketch layer a draft layer. So that means that when I go to select colors and stuff, it's going to ignore any information in that draft layer, so that I won't like select the eye instead of the forehead where there's no sketch, but the eye there is sketch. If I didn't have it as draft, it would be darker because that scribble would like add some black into that swatch color that I would be taking. I could also, if we don't like the detail on the head too much, I could like maybe change the angle of it. Because right now it does kind of feel very three-dimensional. And I am implying that it is. But I could like turn it flat sideways and have it be like profiled like that. And that might be useful. But I don't know if I need that yet. Maybe I'll just make these like slightly raised bumps instead of these big long spines. I think it'll look flatter when I render it too, just based on how I decide to render it. Kind of make it like a kind of like thick, but not too thick piece of stone with kind of like little details carved into the surface of it. So we'll see how that goes. Get these talons. Now, those talons versus these talons are a little bit different from each other, so maybe I need to pay closer attention to the scales that I've kind of set up. I might jump down to this layer to get the fingies, because these go behind. There. Now they're separate levels right now, but when rendered they'll kind of like merge together. Okay. Hopefully that's not too tiny a detail to appreciate. Guns to have my dragon fingies. Oops, sorry about that. Scraping my coffee mug against the microphone's probably not pleasant. Right, okay, so I think I'll do the cavern fill. Also, I guess there is these spines, but again, I think I'll soften them, especially since they are kind of like floating out and above. So they need to be strong enough. Actually have a little gap in between them, and it might draw the eye to that seam a little better. Kind of like, it's missing something. Oh, it's because of the seam. Or it's here, but it's like cut right in half because of the seam, and that might accentuate that idea even more, maybe? Maybe, maybe not. I'll try it without for now. I think I like it without for just the clarity. Okay, so cavern time. Let's start with, let's hop up here and grab that kind of an orange. Go here. Actually, I'm going to do a folder for this. Okay, and then do like a layer up. And by layer up, I mean actually doing another layer. I might turn off the dragon so I can figure this out. Dagron. Okay, I do have a sketch, but I should bring out the grayscale. And maybe even just colorize it. Hue, maybe? Nope. Overlay. I mean, color is probably the way to go, and then I'll add more orange and yellows into it. But this is kind of a quick solution for this. I'll keep it in that saturated range. Okay. And then let's do a clipping layer on top, and we're gonna grab the orange instead of this kind of more white. What would be the best way to do this? Maybe darken color. Or what is the right term? Pin light is alright. Linear light's kind of interesting if I tone that down and maybe make it more red. Screen ain't bad, but it's too much white in it. Color dodge looks epic, as always. Glow dodge, pretty cool. Add. Overlay might be the direction. Ooh, linear light's pretty good actually at kind of like drawing the color into the range I want it. So yeah, the one on the left is the dusted version of the chest. That's right. Okay, so that's better, and then kind of go more orange. Maybe we don't need too many layers for this. Okay, and then, yeah, this is like the outer layers here, and we kind of do a blend between these two. Kind of want to transition from that inside like molten feeling glow to this kind of like colder stone exterior. But not necessarily like these have to be the colors or anything. Okay, so wings and stuff are potentially covering a lot of that, so keep that in mind. It looks very like boiling power core. It's incandescent with heat. Which I suppose is the goal, because it is kind of flame cavern looking place, right? Alright, now to blend between these. Let's see if we can do that. I'll jump down to the layer below. I'll do a new clipping mask, just so it's easier, I think. And just kind of like grab the color in between these and start pulling them together. I do like the idea of like having there be like nice visible layering between these. So I think having kind of highlights hitting the inside of them helps to kind of show more of this, like, oh, there's depth between these. Even among each other on the outsides, there's kind of like layers of them, and like this one might be catching a highlight on the inside as well, right? So that helps kind of like create that dimension between them. But I think that it's well, like, again, I'm like, I want to keep it flat feeling ish, but like there's depth and there's layers, but like it's not super deep and super 3D, but like a subtle sculpt where there's, you know, thin layers all stacked up on each other that just kind of like make it look more deep in 3D. You know those like really beautiful and detailed jade carvings? Like that's kind of like where my mind is going, where you get all these layers stacked on top of each other, and they're incredibly detailed, and you know there's just this big kind of like panorama story happening, but like it's all kind of flattened down. Okay, so this might be like a little too intense for, you know, trying to match this, right? Like that's significantly different, right? So might pull that saturation level down a bit. I'm gonna flatten all this. That's not a good idea. I'm gonna this won't work either. Nope. I'm not gonna do any of that. I'm gonna do this. Well, maybe I'll get rid of that one. Keep that. Okay. I think that that's communicating what I want it to. Alright, we got these stalactites and stalagmites reaching together in this kind of glowing hot cavern. And the elements that are facing the exterior, I think, will kind of like get more of that stone color happening on them as they're facing away from that kind of like really, really harsh warm light. Might darken it a bit. A lot of this will be kind of covered up anyways, so I'm not too worried about getting particular on it right now. But as long as I have a good sense of what's going on. Cool. Alright. Knock that back a bit. Leave it there for now. Yeah, wonders how the ice could withstand the heat from the fiery core. Great question. Again, ugh, logic and physics need not apply in MouseHunt. They interact in fun ways. It involves hissing and steam. Alright, so here's the dragon wrap. I'm going to get rid of the bottom and top of the cap here, just so I'm not having to fight those later. Okay. Why isn't that interacting with this properly? Normal. Should be. Oh, wait. Never mind. I guess I can't have it be both a draft and a clipped layer. Well, it is what it is. Not worried about it. Moving on. Okay, so there is this kind of like piece that I could have going over top. I think I'm going to knock the glow down significantly. I think that the yellow glow is like too much glow. But let me do the dragon stuff first, and then I'll balance out the lighting, I think. I also want to view it in grayscale. Okay, so what do we want to do for like the value structure? With the base version, we have kind of like light on dark. Right? But then when we switch to the dusted, it kind of gets a little the opposite. I think it could be a little bit cleaner up in here. I kind of put some glow behind the face, but I think it's kind of blending that down too much and it all becomes midtones. So I might need to adjust that. Where is that layer, I wonder? Not that one. Below the head copy, I think. Or is it right underneath of it? It is. Okay. So actually moving it out of the folder is what what needed to happen. The this folder has like a brightness and normal layer kind of like clipping into it, and it kind of interfered with this doing its job. So now there's more dark on light. I think I could pull it back just a hair, just so that we have a little bit more understanding of this kind of like background layer. I think I just need to darken it actually. So I'm going to grab this and I'm going to use, I'll just do a new layer. Just pull that down a bit more. Get out of here, fly. Okay, so now the head is more clearly popping out. So yeah, that one ends up being dark on light, right? So the value structure flips between these two. Certainly makes the change more dramatic as well, which is kind of fun. So for this one, so I should save that. For this one, I think we'll do dark on light as well. Just because the glowing cavern core is just asking to be glowing, right? Like, it would make the most sense that it would need to be bright. Um, so I think that that's what we'll do for that. Seriously, fly, what are you doing here? I don't want you in my home. Please go. Alright, so grab this. That's probably too dark. That might be a better kind of like value. We're just going to block them all in the same value. Key them to the same kind of gray. Right. And then I think what we'll do is let's actually knock the cavern back before, because like that does have a lot of value implications, right? I'm gonna be, we'll do it on that layer, I think. Although what's actually happening is on the very bottom level, I need to darken it. Okay. Just darken the whole thing. Yeah. Doesn't look quite as pretty, but this is partially what needs to happen. Turn that on, but like turn it way down. It's too saturated, I think. Okay, now we come in and grab the yellow that I want. So most of it's going to be this kind of more orange stone. But like near the core is where it's going to have the best glowing. Right, this is low opacity, that's why it's kind of like not going as far as I'm like, why am I not getting enough color out of this? And let's just do a new layer on top of it all. Okay, so now I can get the exact colors I want. I'm going to go more saturated, a little more orange, pull it down a bit. I don't want it to quite be like the actual glowing light. I want it to be light casting off of things bouncing around and kind of like escaping the cavern. And then maybe just that hint of the actual glow. I'm going to give a little more volume to some of these too, just to kind of like create a little more visual interest. Have the tail wrapping on that. Actually, I'm not going to clip this layer. I need the freedom to kind of like change it, change the silhouette a bit. Okay, so that. Alright, so here in the core, gonna lighten it up, bring more of that light source out. But I also like the idea of like showing that stalactite right here, but then this one is coming out in a different spot. Right? So there's this kind of like play between them. And like as we get to the edges, it cools off. The outer edges, but the very core of it is like hot, burning, glowing with heat. Things pointing in towards the core are hot and glowing and burning with heat. And reflecting that. So again, the tangent where, you know, I don't want things kind of like getting right up to an edge and touching it where it would end. I want to make sure they either fall short visibly or overlap very clearly. It should just be really obvious what is overlapping anytime there is kind of like surfaces interacting. Try not to line things up like that either. It can be good, but if you're not intending for something, try and avoid those cases, just because interactions like that, our brains are hardwired to notice and try and get value from, like try to get information about what it's trying to read. You know, what is this thing I'm looking at? I'm going to look for all these little kind of hints to quickly solve this. And so if you have the hints out there, but they're given the wrong impression, it's going to be a bad time for the brain. It's not going to like it. So you got to avoid that. So here I need that to overlap. And clearly that is in front, and it has like some of that glow across the surface. Have another one of these kind of stalactites kind of hanging down. And maybe one short stumpy one here. Although I need to be careful about what is the tail doing. Are these going to look too related, and will they interfere with each other? Okay, so it's less insanely, viciously, glowy, bright, hot. I'm probably even going to tone it down even more near the caps, I think. If I do like another layer and just kind of put like a little haze over it for now, that'll kind of remind me to deal with that. That might look nice too. There's almost like this smoke kind of filling in the air down there. Cool. All right. So that's pretty intense. Probably too much, but move on. See what's next. I say as I don't move on. Always the way it goes. All right. Whew. Okay. I don't tend to put the keyholes on the scroll cases. It's more like finding a treasure map, right? You know, the treasure map in a bottle kind of concept is like you don't need the key to unlock the map. You need to like solve the map, and that's where that like that challenge comes in. And then like canonically in MouseHunt, it's like you use the maps to discover where that treasure chest is hidden, and it's just fun to put like a cool lock on it. But like I guess when you dig it up, it comes with the key, or you just pick it. It opens, but you have a chance to dust it before it does, I guess. But yeah, or well, while you're hunting for it, we don't need to understand how it works exactly. Just that like thematically, these design elements are fun. But yeah, I might have put some keyholes on scroll cases in the past. Um, I just can't think of any right now. Yeah, ice and poison will absolutely be an element. I can add those in after the dragon though to kind of like actually help balance things. But like I think I have to have the core glow of the cavern to kind of like figure out the value structure of the dragon. Now another thing is I might lighten up the the amount of the kind of exterior cavern stones. Like they look pretty high contrast. They're like light and dark. Right now, the dragon's mid tone, and the cavern is like highest and darkest, and that's kind of creating a lot of contrast and visual kind of like draw to that. But if I take like a lighten layer pass on that, and I just kind of maybe draw those up. Let's make this a brightness layer. Draw those up a bit more into kind of like this more mid-tone, and then I go in and I darken the dragon elements instead. I can have that dark on light structure, right? So I'll go with that for now, because I do think I want to make the dragon elements darker. So let's bring that sketch out. Might need to pump it up just because it's a bit darker. And we are on the dragon head to start. But I think maybe I'll do the tail first. Just because I think that I understand more about how I want this to look than this head. I'm not sure how I want to render the head just yet. I could also do a mask here. And I actually don't want to have that overlap be this piece anymore, because I like them clearly connecting. Like you can see that these run into each other. Yeah, I don't know if I'll have an overlapping piece anymore. Let's hide that for now so I don't get distracted by it. Maybe I'll have something somewhere, but for now, I'll not use that idea. Okay, so this, let's just start blocking in highlights and shadows. Now, what's interesting is the underside of this is going to be kind of shadow, just based off the ambient lighting. But because this scroll case kind of like inner glow, I'm going to have that actually catch light. So it's like the atmospheric light source would be like, yeah, that's in shadow, but then the case itself glowing is going to share its own kind of like point light. But that's often a great way to do lighting, is to just do it in multiple passes. So you do kind of like your atmospheric lighting pass first, and then you can kind of do your other lights as separate passes. And build them up additively. You can actually end up with like the most kind of like natural and controlled lighting that way, where it looks and it is built to be the most technically accurate. It's also a good way to easily kind of solve complex lighting, where you take care of them each in their own passes, and that way you're only kind of dealing with one light source at a time, trying to solve that. Because lighting can be extremely complex. Okay, I had a message. I should probably make sure I don't need to read that. Okay, just a reminder that it's Friday. Okay. Yeah, I mean, like, that was a comment. I think a few people even commented the idea that, like, to open it, you, like, uncoil and unwrap the tail and stuff like that. I love that idea. I wish I could, like, show that in a cool way. Because that's a really quite fun concept. I'm going to turn the sketch down. Okay, the dragon head. You can have a luminosity layer as well. Huzzah. Okay, so I mentioned, like, I want to address this to be flat-ish, right? I'm not trying to make this super three-dimensional. So I need to kind of like imagine this as a flattened sculpt. So depending on what our light is doing, we can kind of use that to express these shapes. Go with our highlight color. Maybe something here. You probably want to do a highlight on a totally separate layer, if I'm being honest, just because the way I might want to do textures and such. I'm going to just do that for now. I can always merge things down, but for this process it might be best to start with more layers than I need. Okay, so all right, and I think that one of the things I might want to do is just kind of like have a overall kind of like gradient of light across kind of like one band of all of these pieces. So like here and here, like they're all kind of at this point facing the same orientation on the, they're all the same material with the same kind of treatment, so they should kind of all catch the light in a similar-ish way. Of course, there'll be like different details on the face that changed that out a little bit, but overall, I want them all to kind of like do the same thing. Okay, so I think that's not terrible. Could go a little darker, which is good because we need a little more range to do that. Do like an occlusion layer, and then also I want the glow coming from the core of it too. Yeah, so the way the treasure chest works, in case you're not familiar, um, when you use this scroll case and you successfully capture all the mice and you unlock it, you dig up this chest here. But while you're working on the map, anyone that is on the map can use rare dust, treasure. What is it called? Rare map dust, and that converts the chest into a more rewarding version of the same thing. It has better rewards in it, but it is tied to the exact same treasure map. So these are just, this is the undusted and that's the dusted. And so it's the same map, just kind of like the different reward that you can get. So that's the difference between those two. And actually I'll put it back to the base version because I do want it to kind of mostly, connect with that one, but just shows a little more of the elements at play. Yeah, start with normal, apply dust to get rare. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I'm trying not to make it look too real and tangible is the challenge. I want it to feel more like a stone carving, right? So it's interesting if I go too real. That would be not my goal. So like part of I think what will help this be successful is just making sure it feels like a stone texture. I think that the wings also will catch a similar light around here maybe. Let's do that. And yeah, I was saying I want to get more occlusion. So the occlusion is like the darkest shadows where light is occluded from reaching it. It's like your creases and your deep textures. And those really kind of like go quite dark. And this can really help with kind of like, here is where I want your eye to kind of like go. And so like this head is overlapping this piece here. It's casting shadow. Down in this crease, it's like two areas that are folded in towards each other, neither of which are kind of like in direct light, let's say. So deep down, it's a deep texture that's going to get like the darkest kind of shadows down in there. Even if a little light is kind of like bouncing in, every time it like hits a surface and bounces to hit another surface, it loses so much energy, like it gets absorbed, turned into heat. So very quickly it stops cascading down, and especially depending on what the material texture is, like rock and stuff isn't going to reflect nearly as much light as a mirror. Like a bunch of mirrors, you make a hallway of mirrors, shine a light, it'll bounce for a bit, but it's still going to get absorbed, not too far in. Uh, but like stone, good luck. Get a little bit of light scattering, but that's not going to take you too far. It's very opaque and uh, absorbs so much. So the caps here, these will also be quite occluded up in the inner corners. Because again, like, there's not a lot of light that can kind of like get into that crease, right? You got the neck kind of blocking the atmospheric light. Sure, if it's like, a room and there's walls and on the floor and all that, like you get light bouncing around and kind of filling some of the shadows. But like right up in the corners, you don't have much opportunity for the light to kind of like be super effective at bouncing up in there. And it might be a polished stone, so it's gonna kind of like reflect depending on the angles and all that. The tail down here, kind of similar story. It's especially like right down in that corner. Unless there's like a really good light source kind of hitting the inside of this kind of cap, which, it might actually get a little excuse for highlight there. Like the glowing kind of core isn't kind of underneath, which would be nice for lighting it up. Now here, it's going to be, I'm still kind of going to darken a few areas. And I'm looking for occluding shadows at the moment. Shadows that are kind of created from surfaces kind of like overlapping each other. It's like same with the neck here. Now, these can fall off very quickly. Like the very hard, harsh shadow can be like right up in the corner, and then they just kind of fuzz out. But, again, depending on what the texture is you're trying to convey, that can really change. And again, I'm going for like carved stone. So we might get like polished surfaces. We might get like really kind of like crumbly, crunchy surfaces. But it can definitely depend on what the stone is. I mean, huge difference, right? But I think we have kind of almost like this granity, marbly kind of stone that we're looking at. It might not be a bad idea to get like the ice burst and slime in here very soon, just because those are going to be a part of this. But first, I'm going to get a little more of the value structure going on. I think I want to hit some of the more highlights. So let's see. Again, I want it to kind of like read as like a flat sculpt. So these upper edges are going to be catching all the same kind of highlight. Maybe just a little bit brighter. On that part of the neck. So it is kind of wrapping across the form, right? And like the wing here. It'll be nice when I get kind of like more texture happening too. Get some kind of cracks and grit and just kind of random texture happening on it. Turn off the sketch completely. I don't think I want it anymore. I think with stone, I like the idea of it having a little bit of a polish to it too. So we'll get some nice kind of like specular highlight happening. It kind of, either it's like a greasy dragon or it's kind of like some kind of hard polished material. So that does feel stone-like. Cool. All right. Can get a little bit more shadow worked in here. I'll turn the sketch on. The sketch I don't think is really giving us much to work with, actually. So I don't think I need it. I'm just going to do another layer, though. So in this chest, I have kind of like 3/4, 2/3 of the way across these is like scales above and like belly scales below. So like the belly scales are kind of like spaced out much wider, and they're just kind of like a flat line, whereas the actual kind of like tail scales or body scales or whatever are kind of more like this action. Right? And I don't need to like have it be this kind of like starkly drawn, very like hard edged, kind of outlined. Kind of bits. Like I'm gonna kind of like have that there, but I'm gonna soften it and use lighting instead to kind of like capture those edges. So like here, the light might kind of catch the scale tips, like so, right? And like that inner edge of that. Maybe the highlight portion will kind of capture or get reflected off just the tips of these. Because they're like an embossed surface, right? They're these little kind of raised bumps. So it feels, you know, more like there is just this depth to that texture. And hopefully it feels stone-like, right? Get like a little bit of a shape between those. Help kind of like imply that edge, right? Oh, I need to kind of create that like segment here too. That'll be nice. Because what's interesting is it'll be like, wait, is this like a cavern that I'm seeing down inside of? What's that seam running across? Is this just like a painted surface? What's happening? Is it glowing? I can't tell. Confusing. That's what I want. Alright, so if I create this kind of like seam here, hopefully I have enough room to kind of like really show this. Maybe it is closer up here. Okay, and then I'll move this here, and it is going to Guess I'll have to do that. That's fine. I can do that. Okay. So I'll do that. And then here, what did I do? I'm going to just cut into that right there. Might need to shift the tail out of the way so I can appreciate that little divot. Now hopefully when you look at it you kind of see like, oh wait, there's this gap. Separates out. And then I can kind of play with that surface a little bit more. Make that kind of come forward. And like, do I make it glow even crazier in there? I don't know, maybe. Like, is this... I'd have to change like the lighting in there, but like that might actually look even cooler. Might be the way to go. Could see that. It's like if I take this and then grab that, let's say, do a layer on top just to play it safe. Right? Like, that kind of works. Now it looks even more epic and magical. Now, at size, maybe we lose that detail, or maybe actually that does help read with the dark on light kind of thing. Like, that might show up better. It does give me a little bit of an excuse to kind of like darken the cavern a little more, which is kind of something that I want to do. Just a smidge. So I want to make sure that that feels like it's kind of going in perspective with the rest of this. I feel like it needs to wrap down a bit more. So do that. And we'll shift that down here instead. Hopefully that's clear. If I really want to like enhance how like focus is put on this, I can also kind of like put like this just, I don't know, like orange glow over this whole thing and just like draw your attention here to this kind of like glowing, kind of like magical something. right? Can always have fun with that. So that's fun. Boom. All right. But I don't know if I want to go that far with it. It's maybe too fiery, but I don't hate it. It's kind of fun. All right. Zoom out so we can appreciate that. Oh man, being compared to Neil Bushin from Art Attack it makes my heart happy. I used to watch that all the time as a kid. This is Art Attack. Get your PVA glue and loo roll, everybody. Good times. All right. Cool. Okay, so I'm fairly happy with what that detail level feels like. I'll darken up the wing and the head a little bit more, I think. So I want to pull that down so that we have a more clear kind of like this value versus that value, right? Cool. That's good. And the head as well needs the same. Just kind of pull that a little bit further down. That's a highlight. So bring the shadows and pull the highlight down a little bit. Paper mache. Alright, so flatten this more. And get a little more light in that inner ear. Cool, okay. So, let's look at this in color again. Now, I think I can apply some of the scale pattern onto the tail. That could be an option. Or I start putting in the ice and poison, which might be more impactful. But hey, you know what? I'm already doing the skills as I'm talking about doing something else, and they're done. Good enough. Adjust that light. Just hit a couple of edges instead. Boom. Boom, boom, boom. Get a little more highlight on those edges. Same with on that edge. Sweet. Bob is my uncle. And yeah, let's get some ice. Ice, baby. Also, it would be nice to just kind of splash some texture across this. The wing, especially, I think will be really good at accentuating that idea. So if I just quickly, maybe I'll use my nebula brush. I haven't used that in forever. Where are you hiding, nebula brush? Nebula. Let's get like a very dark and saturated brown. Ooh. A little more purple in that. Mmm. Stony. Okay. That's not bad. Okay, so now if I kind of go around and I capture some of these edges and I hit it with like a little extra highlight. Get this kind of crackling surface look to it, right? Actually, I'm going to use a flat brush because this also comes with just like a little bit of texture. Not that we're going to use that texture at this scale, but it's a fun little brush I like. Okay, and then where this will really come out is the terminator of the light, like where the light is kind of raking across the surface and kind of falling into shadow, where the light is actually just missing because it's turned away from it. Maybe we get a bit of that like at the bend in the wing form here, but overall, probably not going to get a huge amount of the Terminator happening there. But another good way to texture up something is also, again, with the silhouette carving. So see how we have the crack going right up to that edge of the wing. If I just kind of take a chip out of it, that's a pretty big chip, but I want to demonstrate it. Maybe a little chip here. There's like a piece there, and maybe a little bit crumbliness along kind of like any little old edge that I think maybe it chipped away. Maybe a nice big kind of chunk broke off there. And it's kind of a sharp edge. But again, by texturing that silhouette, I immediately imply for the whole surface the same kind of, surface. Like what you see at the edge, it might be true for the surface facing you. So like when you show that kind of like carved out silhouette, your brain immediately is like, oh, maybe the whole surface has that going on. And when you see these, like deep gouges and highlights and stuff, you immediately kind of like impart that idea. So here you go. Textured. That would be on a different layer because that's the head. Get like a chip out of there and there. I'll keep that. A nice and easy way to kind of just really quickly get crunchy texture on something. Just chew up the silhouette, chew up that edge, play with that language. Okay, so this, because we got the occlusion happening on that inner corner, I'm also going to do that. Where are you? There you are. Do that right here. Nice. Alright. We're getting places. It's feeling pretty neat. Can I clip that? That one I don't want to. This and this. Yes and yes. Alright, cool. Alright, we are at 3:36. I think we're getting along. Don't want to go super late, but I'm feeling like we've made nice progress, but I'll keep going for a little bit still. I think the highlight that's on this version here is kind of a nice, like, lighter sun-kissed stone color, so maybe I want to get a little bit more of that up on the tail here, and the rest of it, like, these kind of spines coming off the top of the tail are completely lost. We can kind of potentially use that lighter color to kind of hit the tops of these scales and the top of that. Right. Okay. The underside of this, I want to have this kind of like warm glow reflecting from the cavern up onto these stones, kind of showing how it's actually like a light source, glowing. And these little kind of chips and stuff might catch the light better, so I'll have that kind of highlight a little bit. Same with like under the wing here. So that might fall off very quickly. Cool. Alright. I've been mentioning it many times, but I haven't actually gotten to it. I'm going to try and get the ice on here. So let's bring back the sketch. I don't have the sketch with the ice, do I? Oh, it's because I did... No, that's not it. Okay. It would be in the sketches folder. I think that's it. Yeah. That's the explodey ice. The one I wanted. Alright, cool. Also, I haven't saved it, like, at all, so I'm going to do that right now. Neil Blue Cannon. How would the treasure map embedded in the scroll look from the outside? You mean like if we pulled the map out and laid it flat? I used to kind of illustrate each of the maps, but I don't know, it didn't feel as necessary to kind of create a unique one. And I don't know, we stopped doing that a long time ago. There was like the Halloween and Living Gardens and tournaments, I think maybe. There was a few that I did, but I feel like putting like the effort into the scroll case and treasure chest are where people are kind of paying attention. But I'm not sure if that was the question. Like, I'm just trying to think, like, if I made the actual map for this, you know, it's like, I could probably figure out stuff for each of them. Yeah. Alright, anyways, ice. Knock that down. Set it to a draft layer. I'll do a new folder on top for elements. And And this will just be blasting ice. And I'll use a hard opaque brush. Now, I like to kind of build ice thinking of its molecular structure, and how it kind of, the way that it builds crystals is like, I guess, in like, what is it, 60 degrees kind of angles, or is it 30? I guess it'd be 30. No, 60, yeah. Because yeah, it'd be 60, 120, 180, etc., etc. But yeah, it's basically a hex kind of pattern, I think. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong, but ice crystals form and kind of like grow very rapidly, potentially, and what is the term where they kind of like start growing off of impurities. They kind of like, not calcify, but propagate off each other and off of kind of like whatever they can. So like you start getting like one lattice growing like here, and then another one started on something else and is coming in at a different angle, but like it has its own kind of like, you know, like its structures are all kind of using the same angles, and then they like start to intersect, and like there's almost like this little war of like what grows and takes space versus the others, and it's just kind of cool how that looks. But like you can see like different crystals are like at slightly different angles, but like when you have stuff branching off, I like to try and kind of like have it come off at those 60-degree angles. But then like that's not a required rule. And you know, again, I'm like trying to make something read at small scale, so I should really just kind of keep it even simpler than I want to. I can kind of have fun with having that texture. You know, I'm going to put this just below the tail. Where is that going to work? There? Yeah. Maybe bring it up a layer. Like there. Nope. It's got to be below that. Okay, anyways. Yeah, sometimes I like to understand how a crystal is supposed to grow to draw it. Not that it matters, but maybe it does. Okay. Maybe I should have this in front, and I'll just kind of mask away where the tail is. That way I can have it come out front here. And get some icicles growing off of it if we wanted. Yeah, I mean, that's always going to have like a very Xmas vibe, right? Because that's very much an element that we play up a lot for the event, is ice. Especially like snowflake ice. For this, though, I think having it be like a dense cluster might look best. Have that kind of like growing in behind the tail a little bit. Could look cool. Okay, and we can't get too close to the flamey cavern looking place. It might start to melt there, right? Okay, let's turn off the sketches. Let's see what we got. So it's almost like this like weird crystal bush. It might look better if there's more of a kind of shape form to it. I think that the explosion, the directionality of this is a little more interesting and exciting. And again, like, I think I need to keep a certain level of simplification to this whole thing. So let's kind of jagged shard explode ice out of this a little more intentionally. Starting to think that the electrician might not show up today, huh? Okay, turn off the sketch. And that's feeling a little more intentional. Let's just kind of design it based off the silhouette a bit more, though. I like the idea of it kind of growing from one source rather than just like a whole bunch of them just kind of like going crazy and haphazard all over the place. Okay. Yeah, that feels a little more right. Ice-splosion. Alright, so now I will give it a clipping mask and come in with like a deeper kind of icy core. Get some of that like rock color in here. And then just start to actually just kind of like erase away. Maybe I'll use a clipping mask, because then I can paint it back in with the same gradient. Nice little kind of way to quickly build this texture up. Get some deep texture as it kind of like is exploding towards us. should probably be using a hard-edged eraser. Cool. All right, and then a layer on top of that for our actual atmospheric highlight. Our specular kind of reflections. Now ices and snow and all that, frozen water, pretty good at catching light. Got a lot of surface that's good at reflecting. So it can often kind of get pretty lit up, but also where it's like properly clean and nice and just crystalline and developed, you can get a really good transparency and see through it. So you tend to kind of get, you know, some good like dark whatever's behind it kind of showing through, and that can kind of like travel up. If you have like icicles and stuff, they're basically, you know, cylinders that are refracting light along that, so it's bending the light in that tube and kind of like it looks like it's stretching in a sense. It's just kind of like taking a mirror and like wrapping it in half. Not quite a mirror, but well, I guess more like a clear mug of water. You know, it's inverting your image, right? So my face, when it's on the right side, you know, my face is on the opposite side, right? So it's inverting the light, but it's kind of keeping the alignment. So if you have icicles, that's effectively what's happening. You have the entire scene, well, not the entire scene, but like most of the scene behind it, kind of just compressing down, inverted across the length of the icicle. So that's kind of the thinking behind that. Now, right now I have it very, very like magically blue. That's not how ice looks in especially a situation like this. Ice is a lot more clear. We like to make it blue because sometimes it can kind of be blue, and blue is colder looking. But like if I wanted it to be a lot more realistic, I would probably like, let's see, this color brush. I'd probably like make it orange. It's catching the light and like bouncing that light, right? It's working with the environment around it. In like a big snowy field, you know, that's gonna look more blue. But like up against a hot, kind of like fiery cavern, probably gonna be seeing the fiery cavern through the refraction and get those colors in the ice as opposed to these blues. I'll keep it like more blue in the shadows and where the light isn't reaching, and so, you know, play around with that a little bit. Just want to make sure that it's like, oh, right, that's ice. You know, I don't want it to be like this hot, crystalline looking thing. So knock that back down even more. Just a hint of it to pull it together. Feel a little bit more realistic with that. I think I need the caps to have a bit of this kind of shaded bottom. What the heck did I do there? Oh, I see what I did there. I wasn't working with the layer like I thought I was. Let's fix that. Alright, grab that, go up to the correct layer, now do this. Now I can erase and smudge. And let's get the nebula brush out again, because these are nice big flat surfaces that can be used to show this deep texture. So I'm going to do a clipping mask and blast and blast. Let's do a multiply layer on that. Nah, it's just not the right purple. Make it a little earthier. Can I flatten this brush a bit more? Thickness, maybe? Let's put it to 38. How do I change? Off. Off. No, it's still random. I need to go into the brush settings and let's see. Angle. Show me the angle. Direction of pen, randomness 100%. Turn off randomness. Keep it with the direction of pen. Let's try that. I don't know if I want to save that as default though. Okay, so now, oops. Go back. Give me my brush back. I did not hit the correct hotkey. Okay. Alright, well, direction of pen isn't seeming to do anything, but I'll be able to make use of this angle controller here. So make that angle, and then I'll do another with a, give me the nebula, flip it that way. Actually, this I also like having this can flip at 90 degrees instantly, so keep it where it was. Now I have the correct angle. Do that, and that. Okay, so now that's kind of like looking a little more in line with stone. Vertical. I'm gonna do one off. No, somewhere in between those two. Okay, that is not quite random enough. I can work with that. Alright. That one. I'll just kind of create my own crackly texture from here on out. Just was useful for kind of like getting that started. And now I can merge these together. And I'll just grab my flat brush now. And my blender brush, the smudgy brush, just kind of like soften some of those edges. Okay. So, I mean, it's kind of a weird purple. Maybe it's not the right color. That's fine. Go in here, build up some more texture. Okay. Again, like, I don't want to go too crazy. So again, we're looking at making small items, tiny images. We don't need to lose our minds getting all these finicky, tiny details that will not transfer. Okay, let's just get like a little bit of texture on this edge. This is a good edge for showing that too, because it's just a big, clean surface. Okay, this highlight will help communicate like, oh hey, this is all the same, right? And then also we can kind of catch like a little bit more light in these little crevasses. Okay. I think some of it's a little bit wonky, like the shapes are like imperfect. Um, could have probably taken a little more care with some of them. Okay, so we need slime. We need goo. Poisonous goo. Let's grab a new layer. Some slime. And start applying. I kind of like the idea of it like seeping out of the cracks. It seems kind of interesting. Seems like good, dangerous poison that way. Careful how you handle the scroll case. You did all that work fighting all those tough dragons and merely attempting to, you know, get this open could be your demise. Caution, dear hunter. Maybe even like the scales have a little bit kind of seeping out. Is that too much? Too distracting? I don't know. Is it more interesting? Maybe. Could also, like I mentioned, that it's an opportunity to kind of like help the look of it. Like if I need to kind of create clarity in places, I can use it to kind of like carve out stuff, right? Like if I needed this to pop out, I could make all that just kind of gloopy poison. I think that's not helping it at all, but just as a kind of idea and example. Okay. Maybe not that, but yeah, maybe like a slime pocket somewhere. I don't mind it being like a little more subtle, right? Like, oh yeah, there is a bit of poison on there, but it's not like screaming at you like the other elements. But like just this like stringy, slimy sludge might actually be perfect. Kind of like, where did you find this? Ew. Yeah, the stringiness is kind of just perfect. Just a little bit on the gross side. Maybe it's just... Mm. Yeah, like I'm imagining that like as it opens, there's just like kind of like fiery, kind of just burst of energy as you kind of like tear this open, um, and you know when you discover it, it's just kind of like roiling. Maybe the elements are just kind of constantly just kind of like moving around on it or something cool. Yeah, yeah, like very much in the same kind of realm as the chest, right? Like that's the goal, is they're related in that kind of idea. Actually, maybe okay. So maybe the slime is just kind of like this coating on some of the scales. This kind of shiny, mucusy kind of gloop. Like maybe it's kind of on the wing arm a little bit. That can kind of pop out the head in front of it too. Cast shadow is still strong, but now can get some kind of like deeper shadows in here. but it'll also kind of catch some nice reflections, show you just how shiny it is. Too much? Might be too much. Got some of that like glowing green goop. Something unnatural. Alright, my wrist is starting to feel it, so I'm going to have to wrap up pretty soon. But I actually feel like we are practically there. So that's nice. That layer. Okay, so I'm going to get a little bit of this warm orangey glow onto a few surfaces. It's like the snoot, inner nostril, even those parts of the eyes and cheek are kind of catching that cavern lighting. Bottom of the ear. And I think the kind of base of this as well. Get like a little bit of a warm reflection. But keep in mind the texture and how that will interrupt it. Okay, and the arm here, I have a bit of it going on, but I think I could give it more. Kind of thicken it up a bit too. It's probably not a bad idea to just play it up more. I kind of like put a warm kind of red on the very edge. It kind of creates this hot haze around it. Alright, let's see. I think maybe kind of like throwing a little bit of a cloud behind the whole thing, or some kind of atmosphere to kind of pull it together and help that kind of like the fiery glow in the core punch it up a bit more, you know? So if I grab, let's see, my watercolor brush might be good, and get like a very earthy, kind of dirty, grimy kind of color. And then if I come in with my nebula brush and erase, that might look nice. Let's get the thickness up to 100. density's fine. Let's use my actual like cursor to crack away at it. I need to bring that randomness back in actually. So opacity is maxed out, density is maxed out, turn randomness on again. Just trying to like create that stone surface, right? Okay, and then I'll come in with my linear brush and just kind of enhance that, just picking up those ideas of cracks in the stone and just kind of pushing those a little bit further. And I think that'll pretty much do it for this piece. Again, it's a case of like I've been staring at it all day now, so it'll be useful to kind of take a fresh look at it. And since it's Friday, you know, I'll have the whole weekend to kind of like take a break from looking at it, so that next week I'll take a good look and be able to kind of like see it with fresh eyes and notice details that I kind of overlook at this point. It's always how I like to work on pieces, which often means that I'll have something like assigned on a Friday, like it's due Friday, and then I'm like basically done it. It's totally ready to be uploaded. It's complete, but I just kind of sit on it until the morning of the next week to be like, I just wanted to take a quick look before I uploaded it to you, just to make sure I didn't want to make any like quick 2-second changes. So, because you know, sometimes it's just like the tiniest little detail that you touch up can kind of like really change the impact of it. And there have been many times when I'm just kind of like, you know what? Now that I'm looking at it, I'm just going to quickly make that super fast tweak and then send it, and it's just so different because of it and better. So that's how it goes though. Also, I'm going to get like a little bit of a blue kind of haze and glow for the ice area. Let's use our occlusion brush, is always a nice one for that. And then pull that back a bit, and then same thing with like the fire. Just kind of a little bit of atmosphere for this. Actually, I'm going to clip it down to this texture. That might play nicely. Push it a little harder that way. And get a little bit of the green as well. Just to kind of like play up these elements and make them feel a little more impactful. Yeah. There we go. Just let them all dance across this texture. Yeah. A little bit of magic. Get that gentle brush. Get the color right out at the very fringes as it falls away. Beauty. Alright, well, I'm mostly happy with that. I think there's like maybe a little bit of highlight tweaking to do on the edge here. And then that's probably great. So again, like we're trying to make it feel like it's the same stone throughout the dragon and these caverns. So I'm just going to pop on that same highlight and also I missed this here. Boom. A little bit of line scatter. Maybe I'll get a bit more of that tan light on the wing tip. I'll use a lighten or screen layer for that. Maybe overlay? Add glow, pull it back. Just wanted to bring it a little bit closer to the wings in this one. Cool. Well, I'd say that that's pretty okay. Pretty exciting. It relates to this undusted version, but also relates to the dusted version. So I'd say that that's successful. It matches the dusted one extremely well. Like it was intentionally designed to kind of like create that excitement, that energy, and kind of like just same, just kind of happening. But it also still does work here. I mean, I think maybe the fiery kind of cavernous core is a little intense for all of them. I could try knocking that back a little, but because I kind of created this flaming seam, I kind of like it now. So I might even go all the way up to here. And just kind of make sure that that's kind of reading. Obviously, it's just kind of like a lightsaber just sliced it in half kind of look to it. Actually don't know if I want that. I think it's okay without it. It looks, there's enough going on that it conveys that, I think. I don't need to slam it in your face, perhaps. Although, do I slam that in your face? Hmm? 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 It blink. I'll leave it off. I like it off. When I come back to it next week, I'll kind of assess like how much glow in the core. Do I want the eyes to glow? Do I want, like that like seam to kind of be like really clear and just blasting? All those details I think are kind of like I'm going to take a fresh look to decide. Cool. Yeah. All right. I'm happy with where that got to for today. Whew. All right. Well, my wrist is done. Oh, I need to take these headphones off. They're hurting my ears. But it was a good stream. I feel like we managed to capture what I wanted, and it'll be cool kind of sharing this with the team, see if we want to tweak anything, and go from there. Yeah. The idea that it's so good in reverse is what you want, right? When it looks bad, there's something off. When you flip it and flip it around and it's upside down, then you know something's bad. There's something wrong about it. But when it looks good, that just means you're seeing it fresh and you like what you see, and that's good. That's a good sign. So, if you're working on something with anatomy, I recommend flipping because that sometimes is the best way to notice when something feels off. It generally means your anatomy is broken. So do that. Always be ready to flip. Good trick. Cool. Okay. Well, let's take one last gander at what we've created. You didn't get to see this creation, but I was done. I might still tune it a little bit, match some things, push and pull here and there. I was finishing that up this morning, actually. This one, I'm relatively happy with that. Again, it's kind of like I'm going to look at it all as a package with fresh eyes and think about it then. But yeah, let's pull up the time lapse and sign off. Go back to boiling leather, all right. You know how it is. All right, so also save this because I've been messing around in it. Pull up my time lapse and bop. Put it to all. Thank you very much. Oh, this is the chest. Well, let's watch the chest because that was kind of a fun journey, and getting to review that and then also see me create the rare version could be kind of nice. Why not? There was some interesting oh yeah, the like Toad Boy. There's some interesting exploration we did. This was all from last week, by the way. And then when we're done the kind of like non-rare version, then it's this week's stuff that I was doing. The like just giant claw across it is also really fun. Also, I can share the Larry links in the chat again, just in case anybody missed those. Copy link, paste, and copy link, paste, and third time's the charm. Thankfully, it hasn't made me like have to re-sign in at all. Usually it does that to me, and it's very annoying. Sound my horn. Claim my king's reward. Thank you. So much gold. A whole not even 12k. Or sorry, 1.2k, not 12k. Alright. Did XY get, or YX get booted? Why did all the messages get retracted? That's weird. Odd. Don't understand why that would happen. Send all my daily gifts. Yeah. King needs to not be so cheap with his rewards. I agree. I think that's also something that we've discussed with V4 is like maybe we should like do that better. Maybe like restructure that a bit. Make it not crummy. Okay, so now we're in the there it is. Now we've gone into the kind of rare version. Popping the dragon off the chest a bit. Enhancing colors. Vibrancy up. There you can see I flipped the value structure. And I was like, too much fire. The flames are fun, but I don't need that many. It's kind of just too much happening. And then I kind of like pulled it all together a little bit by like just kind of putting a color over the whole thing to just kind of like bring it together. So that was the chest, and now let's look at the scroll case, which should be a shorter time lapse. Also put that to all. So just kind of solving the cavern portion. So I knew it needed to be built on top of that, right? And it'll be interesting to see if there's like elements like, oh, actually there was something there that I miss. Like I almost like seeing the whole extension of it. It's kind of pretty, but also the tail wrap with the kind of slice through it's kind of fun. I am happy that the tail was pulled in. I think the floating was kind of cool, but like at the same time, I think that it does look more scroll-like with it pulled in against the surface. There could maybe be more gaps in the the actual like stalagmites, stalactites. Like maybe there could be a layer that like weaves on top of the tail and is floating outside. And I could explore that, see if that looks good. It might just again pull away from like this is a scroll case, because we the more we do that kind of stuff, the less it has the original kind of like silhouette of a scroll case, and already it's pretty far from it. Like we have the tube with, thankfully the bottom cap I think does help you understand it, but without that, like I'd be a bit worried about what am I looking at? Like what is this object? Even so, even with it as it is, it's kind of a little bit lost on that. If I maybe altered the cap material to be more like the brass that can be found on a lot of them, that could help. But I do like it being stone. I just might see if there's a better kind of like silhouette I can carve. Maybe thinning the walls of the cavern near the ends would help with that. Getting the color layer built in. That is intense. Pull that back. And wrapping the dragon. Okay. Yeah, and here I'm kind of like trying to determine the value structure a bit better, and start to get some dimension and form to this. See, I probably should have hit the bottom of the scroll at this point to kind of like get that roundness, but I kind of ignore it for a while. Not that I need it, but it does seem like it would help that read. Yeah, and I'm glad I made it more explodey ice. It's more kind of like there's a directionality to it. Alright. Well, now we just kind of throw some color in the background. A little haze. Boom. And splash of color. Boom. And that's it. Cool. Alright, well, it was a good stream. Hope you all enjoyed. I know I did. And I shall catch you probably in 2 weeks' time. Should be Dave next week. And look forward to seeing this in the game one day. And you can see if there's any changes I made to it, although you'll see it more at that size. So who knows if you'll even be able to tell. Alright, well, I hope you enjoyed. I'll see you later. Until then, take care of yourselves, take care of each other. Happy hunting and have a good weekend, everybody. I'll catch you later. Bye for now.